legitimate needs for security materialize, and Palestinians see their legitimate aspirations for a fully independent, viable, and sovereign state realized, lasting peace in the Middle East will remain elusive. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Lisa Doughten.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Security Council. Here we are again in the aftermath of yet another horrendous episode in this brutal war in Gaza. Like Undersecretary General DiCarlo, we're deeply horrified by the strike on Al-Tabayin school in Ad-Daraj by Israeli forces on Saturday. The school was sheltering several hundred displaced families, many of whom had moved there because of recent evacuation orders. And the strike was conducted during dawn prayers. Initial reports suggest this was one of the deadliest attacks on a school sheltering displaced people since the start of this conflict. Tragically, this is far from an isolated incident. Indeed, such attacks appear to be occurring with increasing frequency. The most recent incidents include 3 schools hit within 48 hours between 3 and 4 August, and 2 schools hit on 8 August, all in Gaza City, with Al-Tabayin on Saturday, the latest such attack. According to OCHA, this is at least the 21st strike on a school that has been serving as a shelter recorded since 4 July this year. Scores of people have been killed in these strikes, among them women and children. Mr. President, sadly, these large-scale incidents are only some of the myriad ways in which this horrendous conflict is causing unbearable suffering and devastation. Unremitting violence in Gaza has now killed almost 40,000 Palestinians and injured more than 90,000 others, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. Some 10,000 people remain unaccounted for and are thought to be buried under the rubble. And as of 9 August, an estimated 115 hostages remain captive in Gaza, despite repeated demands for their release, including hostages who've been declared dead and whose remains are in Gaza. The health situation in Gaza remains critical, and the healthcare system is barely functional, providing brave but limited support for the injured and the sick, for the women in childbirth, and against rapidly spreading disease. Thousands of patients in critical conditions are on waiting lists for medical evacuations. More than 60% of residential buildings and 65% of the road network have been damaged or destroyed, according to UN recent analysis. In just 2 weeks, more than 250,000 people have been displaced, often on multiple occasions. Evacuation orders, supposedly for civilian security, are clearly having the opposite outcome. Civilians are repeatedly asked to evacuate to areas where essentials for their survival are absent. They're repeatedly being killed and injured in the very places they've been told were safe to go. Shelters and displacement camps are reportedly used for military purposes by Palestinian armed groups, exposing those sheltering there to terrible danger. Overcrowding in these places is putting immense strain on already severely stretched water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. Acute respiratory infections, diarrheal illnesses, acute jaundice syndrome, and skin infections are all surging. And, very worryingly, with school immunization programs practically impossible, polio looms as a new threat after 6 circulating poliovirus strains were detected in environmental samples in June. As a matter of urgency, health workers must be allowed to carry out an immunization campaign. This war is destroying lives, dreams, and futures. More than 500,000 students have lost an entire academic year, with 39,000 students missing their final exams. Even if this war were to end today, we estimate that at least 8 in 10 schools would require rehabilitation. And we must not discount the immense emotional and psychological trauma this war has had on children, indeed, people of all ages, trauma they will carry for the rest of their lives. It bears repeating. There's no protection of civilians in Gaza. Alongside the relentless mass displacement within Gaza, many thousands of Palestinians have left and many more are trying to. As this conflict persists and lives are threatened daily, civilians must be allowed to seek protection. Those displaced must also be guaranteed the right to voluntarily return. What we're seeing in Gaza is a result of a war waged with pitiful if any, regard for the requirements of international law. I share the Secretary General's and others' deep concern about violations of international humanitarian law being committed throughout this conflict. Mr. President, in the middle of the spiraling catastrophe in Gaza, the humanitarian community doggedly continues efforts to mount an effective response. We do what we can to increase food assistance, provide education support, and boost hospital capacity. Efforts are also ongoing to avert the spread of polio. And senior UN officials continue discussions with stakeholders, including senior Israeli officials, to increase the flow of aid into the Gaza Strip and improve conditions for the delivery on the ground. However, as things stand, access constraints and high levels of insecurity severely hamper the humanitarian response. Aid entering Gaza has more than halved since the Rafah ground operation began, and Rafah crossing was abruptly closed in early May. New limits imposed by Israeli authorities on bringing cash to Gaza are significantly limiting the resources available for operations. Fuel shortages mean water supplies have fallen as low as 2 liters per person per day, far below the 15 liters required. Organized crime and looting along the route used by humanitarians dispatching cargo from Kerem Shalom crossing continue to hinder aid delivery. Access to people in need remains a challenge. The increase in bureaucratic and administrative impediments, such as delays in visa issuance and renewals for broader operational support and management, is severely impacting the response. And our concerns for the safety of staff keep growing, with attacks on or near aid vehicles that have been coordinated on the rise. Recently, within a 12-day period, there's been 4 shooting incidents involving UN convoys, including on a vehicle carrying children on their way to be reunited with their father. NGOs and the Palestinian Red Crescent all report similar attacks. The result is that hundreds of thousands of people are not getting the life-saving humanitarian assistance they so desperately need. Mr. President, how much longer can this continue? How many more tragedies, such as the one in Al-Tabim school, must happen before action is taken? Can this council look at the children, the people of Gaza, and all those affected by this war in the eye, as humanitarian workers have to do every single day, and swear that no stone has been left unturned to end their suffering? The urgent requirements, so often repeated, remain the same. First, an immediate cessation of hostilities and sustained ceasefire. Secondly, strict adherence to international humanitarian law by all sides. This entails releasing all hostages. It also entails protecting civilians and meeting their essential needs, including by ensuring the unhindered provision of humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza, as ordered by the International Court of Justice, including through UNRWA. And lastly, we have said before in this context, all member states must use all of their leverage to prevent and stop violations of international humanitarian law, including through diplomatic and economic pressure, and conditioning arms exports on compliance with the rules of war and cooperation in combating impunity. We must remember that this is now one of the several conflicts in Gaza over the years which humanitarians have had to respond to. Conflicts that the population in Gaza was never afforded the ability to recover from or repair. The past 10 months have destroyed what little hope for a future existed for any surviving child. I urge this Council and all member states to use your influence to protect civilians and bring an end to this conflict and its intolerable toll. It's imperative that mutual security and lasting peace is pursued so that hope can be restored, so that civilians there can enjoy the hope that we take for granted and the hope that they have never experienced. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. Doughten for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statement. I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, I thank USG, Mrs. Rosemary DiCarlo, and OCHA Director, Mrs. Lisa Doughten, for their briefing. I will start my statement by the same question. of Mrs. Doughten. How long? Is it going to be yet another ineffective, vain, and hopeless meeting of the Security Council? Are we going to count and count the number of deaths in Gaza? The answer is simple. This is neither what the Council is designed for, nor what the international community expects from us. More importantly, this is not how the Council should address the Palestinians' plea, the Palestinians' quest for justice, the Palestinian right to exist. Our Council has the legal and moral primary responsibility to act, and to act firmly, to shoulder its mandate in preserving international peace and security. Mr. President, for 311 days, our Council has been constantly fooled and disregarded, while an entire population has been subjected to a collective punishment. Last Saturday, the world woke up to yet another horrific bloodshed after the Israeli occupying power targeted deliberately a school in the Daraj neighborhood in Gaza. It was the third school bombed in 2 days. It was a civilian structure, sheltering civilians, by the testimony of the international community. Our Secretary General said it clearly. The school was sheltering hundreds of displaced Palestinian families. The Euro-made humanitarian rights monitor also stressed that the school was nothing but a dilapidated place that hundreds of families have taken refuge in. These testimonies of one of the survivors is harrowing. A father said that he has been given 18 kilogram of body parts, and he buried them as the body of his young son. Mr. President, this heinous massacre of Ad-Daraj and the previous ones wouldn't have been possible without the generous financial and military assistance freely provided to the Israeli aggressor. More than 100 innocent lives were sacrificed in Ad-Daraj, among them women and children, in addition to the nearly 40,000 Palestinian martyrs so far. Were these martyrs not human? With their dreams, with their hopes, as we all do? Is the Council's role limited to keeping a record of lost lives? Again, the answer is simple. Our Council must, and now, fulfill its responsibilities and honor its commitment. Its responsibility to tackle the root cause of the Palestinian question, which is the illegal occupation of the Palestinian land. Its responsibility to hold the occupying power accountable using all legal means, including sanctions. Yes, sanction mechanism. Third, its commitment to achieve a just and lasting peace in the Middle East and to prevent the dangerous escalation provoked by the Israeli occupying power. Mr. President, the Israeli occupying power continue to defy the very commitment of this Council, made in Resolution 2735, calling for the implementation of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This resolution is seriously jeopardized by the intensifying aggression of the Israeli occupying power against Gaza. Algeria warns against this continuing sabotage of effort made by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar to implement this resolution urgently and effectively. In this regard, Algeria expresses again its support for the mediation effort made by these three countries. There is no room for delaying or over-complicating negotiation by adding new conditionalities or new demand. Engaging in good faith in the initiative of President Biden is paramount to achieving the long-awaited ceasefire. Mr. President, for the sake of humanity's value, we must act now. Our inaction is costing life and jeopardizing the destiny of a whole people, the Palestinian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for organizing this urgent meeting as requested by Algeria. I also want to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo as well as Director Doughten for their briefings today. Mr. President, this Saturday, the world was once again shell-shocked by another devastating airstrike in Gaza, one of the deadliest ones yet. Slovenia strongly condemns the Israeli attack on Al-Tabin school in central Gaza City, in complete disregard for the fate of Palestinian lives. There are serious claims that Hamas is embedding itself among the civilian population in civilian infrastructure. We strongly condemn such actions. Hamas must stop sacrificing their fellow Palestinians and putting them in mortal danger. On the other hand, we are horrified by the series of military attacks on schools that we have witnessed recently. We repeat our call for full respect of international law, including Security Council Resolution 2601. Just yesterday, we marked 75 years of Geneva Conventions, which are being seriously tested these days in Gaza and in other conflicts. Slovenia is gravely concerned about the potential for tensions to spiral further out of control into a broader regional conflict, with devastating consequences beyond Gaza's borders. We call for maximum restraint by all actors in the region to prevent us from going down a road of no return. There is an urgent need to refrain from further attacks and threatening rhetorics. Colleagues, the resolution this Council needs to focus on as a priority is 2735. We express our full support to the mediators and their call on both sides to conclude talks on a ceasefire and the release of hostages and prisoners. In this regard, we call on both sides to resume the negotiations this week. We call on both sides to commit to concluding the deal without delay. It has been more than 2 months since the Council demanded a ceasefire. We have been patiently waiting for the implementation of our resolutions. Meanwhile, we have been witnessing a continuation of deadly attacks and civilian casualties. And we have been observing Palestinians being chased across Gaza. There is no more time to spare. There are no more innocent lives to be wasted. We once again propose that the Council establishes a clear deadline for the conclusion of the deal. In this interim period, a pause in the fighting should be observed, a pause that would allow for humanitarian aid to be delivered at scale and for polio vaccinations to be administered safely. We welcome the efforts of WHO, UNICEF, and UNRWA in outlining plans for 2 rounds of polio vaccination. If a deal is, however, not reached, this Council should, without delay, discuss how to ensure compliance with its resolutions in the face of immense suffering in Gaza. And indeed, as Director Doughten said, we should not leave any stone unturned. Mr. President, yesterday a journalist asked me how many more briefings this Council needs to start changing the situation in Gaza. Indeed, we are receiving briefings so that we can take action. We adopted 4 resolutions, but we never followed up on their implementation. The time for action is now. It is time for ceasefire to be finally reached, or else it is time for this Council to ensure it finally happens. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Mr. President, Mozambique wishes to commend Algeria for requesting this meeting. We praise Sierra Leone's presidency for convening this urgent briefing on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. We are grateful to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under Secretary General, and Ms. Lisa Doughten, a representative of OCHA, for their briefing to the Council. Mr. President, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has been causing devastating consequences and an unacceptable toll on children, women, and the civilian Gazan population at large. The latest killings took the lives of more than 100 Palestinians. It is imperative that urgent efforts be undertaken in order to address and stop these killings. We are deeply concerned over the Israelis' continuous airstrikes against civilian infrastructures that include schools, hospitals, and shelters, thus inflicting on them severe damage. In this connection, we wish to remind once again that attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure constitute a grave violation of international law and international humanitarian law. And this is particularly disturbing as we celebrate this year the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. We call on all those who sincerely believe in the obligations arising from the premises of responsibility to protect, to ensure that this doctrine is swiftly and coherently applied to Gaza's situation. On the other hand, indiscriminate military attacks can only aggravate regional conflicts and trigger new conflicts that will gain a larger dimension. Unimaginable implications for regional and international peace and security could ensue. Given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative that all parties involved, particularly Israel, comply with international legal norms and agreements. In particular, they must abide by all orders and judgments enacted by the International Court of Justice on the matter. We reiterate our call for an immediate end to this war. We urge the parties to implement without reservation and without further delay all Security Council resolutions that we have taken on this conflict. As advocates of peace, security, and humanitarian aid, it is crucial that we underscore the importance of raising awareness about these heartbreaking events described by our briefers. Mr. President, we hold the view that resolving this conflict in the Gaza Strip and Palestine requires approach encompassing negotiations. This approach must include plans for economic development, humanitarian aid, reconstruction of Gaza, and regional collaboration. These are the necessary steps that will pave the way towards a lasting and sustainable peace. We therefore embrace the move for a concerted global action to end Israel's military operation in Gaza, which is expanding exponentially with the untold suffering of the Palestinian people. In this context, Mozambique reaffirms its commitment to supporting all diplomatic efforts aimed at finding sustainable solution to the protracted conflict in the Gaza Strip and Palestine. We reiterate our full support for the ongoing diplomatic efforts by the United States of America, Egypt, Qatar, and other Arab countries, as well as the international community at large, in pursuit of a lasting solution to the protracted conflict in the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, Mozambique remains steadfast in our recognition of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, political independence, and sovereignty, as prescribed by the Charter of the United Nations and the dictates of international law. We reiterate the urgent need for the implementation of a two-state solution, a solution based on the existence of two independent and sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security, both as members of the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I thank Under-Secretary General DiCarlo and Director Doughten from OCHA for their briefings. President, the UK is appalled by the Israeli military strike on Al Tabeen School, where Palestinian civilians were sheltering. The UN tells us this strike killed dozens of Palestinians, many of whom are reported to be women and children. Sadly, this was not the only Israeli strike on schools turned shelters we have seen. There were 17 such attacks in July alone. Palestinians have nowhere safe to turn. 86% of Gaza is now under evacuation orders. And in recent days, we've seen some of the largest orders to date, impacting tens of thousands of people, displaced multiple times over. Families are forced to move back and forth, but with none of these places offering the safety or security they so desperately need. On top of that, some of these orders have been issued by Israel in the middle of the night, with minimal notice to allow civilians to flee. Israel must ensure it complies with its obligations under international humanitarian law to protect civilians. The UK is also horrified by the reports of sexual violence and abuse faced by the hostages in Gaza and Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli detention, many of whom are children. Hamas must release all the hostages immediately. Hamas must also stop endangering civilians. And Israel must grant the ICRC access to prisoners immediately and ensure accountability if anyone is found to be responsible for the abuse of detainees. We have also heard completely unacceptable rhetoric from Israeli ministers relating to the mistreatment of detainees and starvation of civilians in Gaza. We call upon the government of Israel to retract and condemn these remarks. International law could not be more clear. Systemic mistreatment of detainees and the international starvation of civilians are war crimes. President, another deadly threat is on the horizon for the people of Gaza. They stand on the precipice of a polio outbreak, with 600,000 children under the age of 8 in desperate need of vaccinations. We call on the parties to cooperate urgently with the World Health Organization to facilitate vaccine rollouts and ensure the safety of humanitarian workers. We call on Israel to allow unfettered aid access into Gaza and to put in place an effective deconfliction mechanism to ensure aid can be delivered safely. Finally, President, I reiterate the UK's call for regional de-escalation, as my Prime Minister made clear in his call with Iranian President Pezeshkian last night. thanks to the tireless efforts of the US, Qatar, and Egypt, there is a ceasefire deal on the table for Gaza. My Prime Minister joined with his French and German counterparts to urge the parties to resume discussions on 15 August and get the deal done. We need an immediate ceasefire. We must get the hostages out, get much more aid in, and move quickly towards a two-state solution with a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. I thank you.
I thank the representative of United Kingdom for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank Algeria for requesting this meeting. Thank you to UNSC DiCarlo and Director Ms. Doughten for their briefings. Israel's airstrike on the Doughten school in Gaza last week claimed around 100 innocent civilian lives. China strongly condemns this attack. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must not be the target of military operations. This is a red line under the international humanitarian law. Attacking in broad daylight a school where a large number of civilians are seeking shelter again and again is a heinous act. Over the past 10 months, millions of people in Gaza have seen their homes destroyed, their loved ones separated, they've been forced to move from place to place in search of a corner of peace, only to be met with indiscriminate bombardment and death that could befall them at any moment. As we speak, nowhere is safe in Gaza. In Khan Yunis, a place once declared a so-called safe zone by Israel, the people there have been forced to flee in the face of new bombing raids. The desperate people of Gaza want to know where is the end of the war and where is the hope for survival. An immediate and durable ceasefire is what the people of Gaza yearn for. It is also the overwhelming consensus of the international community 2 months ago when pushing for the Security Council Resolution 2735. The U.S. claimed that Israel had accepted a ceasefire agreement, but the reality is quite the opposite. Instead of credible signs of Israel's commitment to a ceasefire, what we see is ever-expanding military operations and ever-rising civilian casualties. The U.S., as the largest supplier of weapons, has enough influence over Israel. We hope that the U.S. will take a sincere and responsible actions to push Israel to stop its military operations in Gaza as soon as possible and to stop slaughtering civilians. President, the humanitarian disaster in Gaza has continued to worsen. Hunger and disease are spreading rapidly. Recently, a high-ranking Israeli politician described it as just and moral to starve 2 million people in Gaza. Such appalling remarks are totally unacceptable. Hunger must not be weaponized. Humanitarian issues must not be politicized. Civilian lives must not be trivialized as bargaining chips. China urges Israel to fulfill its OCHA obligations by opening all border crossings and guaranteeing rapid and safe access for humanitarian supplies at scale. The World Health Organization is conducting a polio vaccination program for children in Gaza, which is crucial to stemming the spread of infectious diseases and protecting children's health. Israel is obliged to protect the safety and freedom of movement of the medical workers involved. The increased volatility of the situation in West Bank is worrisome. We are gravely concerned about the incidents of sexual abuse by Israeli soldiers against Palestinian detainees. We call for investigations and accountability. China urges Israel to immediately cease all settlement activities, effectively curb the intensifying settler violence, and stop eroding the basis of the two-state solution. We reiterate that the two-state solution is the only viable way to resolve the Palestinian-Israeli issue. China supports the establishment of an independent Palestinian state and advocates the convening of a larger, more authoritative and more effective international peace conference. President, the fallout of the Gaza conflict is spreading ever faster. The situation in the Middle East is hanging in the balance. Nevertheless, irresponsible provocation and adventurism continue unabated. We are deeply worried about this. China reiterates that the key to avoiding the deterioration and escalation of the situation lies in achieving a comprehensive and durable ceasefire in Gaza without delay. China is ready to work tirelessly to end the fighting in Gaza, alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, implement two-state solution, achieving long-term peace and stability and security in the Middle East. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you also, Undersecretary General DiCarlo and Director Doughten, for your very sobering briefing. We continue to support the United Nations' vital, albeit difficult to implement, humanitarian efforts in Gaza. The United States is deeply concerned about reports of civilian casualties following the August 10th strike by the IDF on the compound in Gaza that included a school and a mosque sheltering desperate, displaced people, including women and children. We have raised our concerns with Israel, and while they indicated they were targeting senior officials from Hamas and Palestinian Jihad, they have an obligation to do everything possible under international humanitarian law to protect civilians. We mourn every civilian lost in this horrific incident and in this conflict. But this much we do know and must be acknowledged. Hamas continues to gather and continues to operate out of schools with no regard for the well-being of civilians. Israel has a right to pursue Hamas. Israel has a right to respond to threats, but how it does that matters. We've said repeatedly and consistently that Israel must take measures to minimize civilian harm. Colleagues, I cannot stress enough President Biden's view that it is time to bring immediate relief to the long-suffering people in Gaza and the long-suffering hostages and their families. The best way to do that is a ceasefire in Gaza with a hostage deal. The United States, alongside Qatar and Egypt, has worked tirelessly for months to forge the framework agreement on the table, with only the details of implementations to be concluded. A framework based on the principles endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2735. Simply put, the deal needs to get done now. Now. As President Biden emphasized in a statement last week with leaders of Qatar and Egypt, and I quote, "There is no further time to waste nor excuses from any party for further delay. It is time to release the hostages, begin the ceasefire, and implement this agreement," unquote. We've called on both sides to resume urgent discussion on Thursday, August 15th, in Doha or Cairo to close all remaining gaps and commence implementation of the deal without further delay. As mediators, we are prepared to present a final bridging proposal, one that resolves the remaining implementation issues in a manner that meets the expectations of all parties. We welcome the statements of support for this effort, such as the one issued by Algeria over the weekend, and we call on every member of this Council to speak with one voice, to press Hamas to participate in the discussions on August 15th, and for both sides to agree to implement the deal on the table without further conditions or delays. A durable ceasefire could accelerate efforts to restore basic services, including electricity and water and sanitation, bringing much-needed relief to Palestinian civilians, many of whom have been displaced multiple times. It could enable an urgently needed vaccination campaign to stop the spread of polio, and it would facilitate the release of all hostages held by Hamas, including 8 Americans and citizens from many other countries. We also have been clear that a ceasefire in Gaza could help enable diplomatic efforts to restore calm along the Blue Line and reduce regional tensions. Indeed, from the start of this conflict between Hamas and Israel, the United States has worked to avoid a situation in which the fighting in Gaza spirals into a broader regional conflict. 4 months ago exactly, on April 13th, the United States worked closely with Israel and our partners in the region to repel Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel and stave off a broader conflict. Now we're once again in a moment of heightened threat. Consequently, the United States has taken needed precautionary steps, including moving an aircraft carrier group and additional air assets to the region so that should the situation arise again, we are prepared to defend Israel and U.S. military personnel in the region against any threats. But let me be clear, our deployment of additional military assets are not a prediction of what is to come. A broader regional conflict is not inevitable. The United States' overall goal remains to turn the temperature down in the region, deter and defend against any future attacks, and avoid regional conflict. That starts with finalizing a deal for an immediate ceasefire with hostage release in Gaza. We need to get this over the finish line. Again, we urge every member of this council to say clearly and unequivocally that it is time to finalize and implement this agreement. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank USG DiCarlo and Director Doughten for their briefings. The number of civilian casualties and the degree of suffering we have seen in Gaza for more than 300 days of conflict are unbearable and distressing. Today, this urgent meeting is convened following yet another grave incident. Japan expresses its deep concern over the loss of many civilian lives and injuries caused by the Israeli airstrikes on Al-Tabein school last Saturday. It is appalling that numerous civilian casualties have occurred in schools and hospitals. All parties must strictly abide by relevant principles of international law, especially the protection of civilians. We urge Israel to make every effort to avoid civilian harm. Mr. President, Gaza is truly in agony. Nearly 1.9 million people are forcibly displaced due to the repeated evacuation order by Israel, fleeing again and again to places where life is barely tenable. Japan is deeply worried about the significant shortage of food, medicine, fuel, and other basic necessities in Gaza. We strongly condemn the deplorable remark by an Israeli cabinet minister. Starving more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza cannot be justified. The detection of polio and the spread of such diseases is a man-made problem stemming from the collapse of the waste management system and is another matter of serious concern. The Rafah crossing must be reopened and the safety of aid workers must be assured at all times. Israel must lift all impediments to humanitarian assistance, not only to provide the minimum of survival, but also to protect human dignity. Mr. President, the still unfolding tragedy confirms that 3 things that this Council called for in Resolution 2735 must be achieved now without any further delay, namely, an immediate ceasefire, the release of all remaining hostages, and the expansion of aid delivery across Gaza at scale. In this vein, Japan appreciates the vigorous diplomatic push by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar to close all remaining gaps to finalize the deal on the ceasefire and hostage release. We strongly support the recent joint leaders' statement and the effort made by the three countries, and we urge all parties concerned, especially Hamas, to constructively engage at the proposed meetings later this week and immediately work towards concluding the deal. This Council and the entire international community must remain united to end this crisis immediately. Japan will play its part in close cooperation with relevant stakeholders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Japan for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting in response to the timely request made by the delegation of Algeria. I also thank Under Secretary General DiCarlo and Ms. Doughten of OCHA for the information provided. Mr. President, the attacks on the Al-Tabiin school are part of an ongoing pattern employed by the Israeli Defense Force since the beginning of the war in Gaza. It is a pattern characterized by a complete disregard for the humanitarian principle of proportionality, and it results over and over again in the killing of a high number of civilians on the pretext of eliminating one or more military targets. The Al-Tabiin incident joins a growing list of similar incidents, and one can expect this pattern to continue unless there are meaningful measures to stop the Israelis from continuing this senseless massacre of the Palestinian people. Guyana condemns in the strongest terms the ongoing violations of international law, including international humanitarian law, that manifest in the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure. We call on Israel and all parties to the conflict to abide by their obligations under international law and to end the hostilities against the people of Palestine. Mr. President, 10 months of Israel's unrelenting and unprecedented assault against the Palestinian people in Gaza have created a tragedy of such cruel proportions that it is difficult to find anything comparable in modern history. The death toll is approaching 40,000, with women and children overrepresented in this number. People are starving and living in the most inhumane conditions imaginable, with virtually no access to medicine and health care. Polio has now been detected in wastewater in Gaza, placing unvaccinated children at risk. Again, it is the children of Gaza that will suffer the most if an outbreak is not prevented. What else can we expect, though, when there is one toilet for 600 people living in shelters? Council members are all aware that the World Health Organization is ready to send more than 1 million polio vaccines to Gaza, targeting 600,000 children. In the words of the Director General, and I quote, "The WHO needs absolute freedom of movement for health workers and medical equipment to carry out these complex operations safely and effectively. A ceasefire, or at least days of tranquility during preparation and delivery of the vaccination campaigns, are required to protect children in Gaza from polio," end of quote. Guyana supports the WHO's plans to tackle this problem and appeals to the Israeli government to provide the relevant authorizations and to ensure the conditions to facilitate the vaccination campaign. This is a humanitarian imperative and a legal and moral obligation. Mr. President, Guyana has watched with keen horror the Israeli strategy of making Gaza a thoroughfare of destruction. The images coming out of Gaza shows a moonscape. Yet, what those images do not show is the problem of unexploded ordnances, which, according to one commentator, makes Gaza a literal ticking time bomb. Even after the hostilities end, these will present a real danger that could possibly take years to address. Mr. President, shall we speak also of the severe psychological trauma that this war has brought on, and which Ms. Doughten referred to? The constant bombings, multiple displacements, sight and smell of death, dismemberment, harassment, and other indignities can only be expected to have a heavy mental toll on civilians. Shall we also speak of the harrowing accounts of Palestinian civilians detained in Israel, the torture, including sexual violence, to which they are subject is illustrative of a level of depravity and debauchery that should never find expression among the agents of a civilized nation, more so a United Nations member state. But all of this represents the occupying power executing its colonialist aspirations, fueled by a racist and religious ideology of superiority that allows it to treat Palestinians as inferior. It is an ideology that promotes the subjugation of the Palestinian people. This is the reason that Israel's response to 7th of October has been so over the top. It is to pummel the Palestinians into relinquishing any aspiration to freedom and self-determination. It is part of the wider strategy that we are also witnessing in the occupied West Bank, characterized by the ongoing illegal settlement activity and the accompanying violence under the watchful and encouraging eyes of the Israeli security forces. This Council has a responsibility to end the impunity with which Israel has been carrying out its atrocities against the Palestinian people. It flies in the face of everything that the United Nations is built on: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. We cannot allow this to continue. Mr. President, it has been more than 2 months since this Council passed Resolution 2735, endorsing the efforts of the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, for which we thank them. Since then, 2,600 more Palestinians in Gaza have been killed, and over 7,000 more injured. Ms. Doughten asked how long. We ask how many more. We stress again the obligation of the parties to implement the provisions of Resolution 2735, to reach a deal for a ceasefire, the release of hostages, and for adequate humanitarian assistance to reach the people of Gaza. We also underline the obligation of Israel to abide by the ICJ orders, mandating that Israel takes the necessary steps to protect Palestinian lives and well-being and prevent genocide. In closing, Mr. President, implementation of the two-state solution is way overdue and is the only viable path to peace. It is an injustice to the Palestinian people and to the people of the Middle East generally that peace appears to be a chimera, owing to Israel's dogged agenda to deny Palestinians their right to live in freedom and dignity in their own state. Guyana urges the Council to act to end this injustice. Guyana is prepared to do its part. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG DiCarlo and Director Doughten of OCHA for their detailed briefing on the current situation in Gaza. The entire globe is anxiously watching the precarious situation in the Middle East. A series of destabilizing incidents have continued all across the region, including along the Blue Line, Tehran, in Tel Aviv, in Beirut, and in the Red Sea. As repeatedly stressed in this chamber, the Republic of Korea reiterates its urgent calls for maximum restraint by all parties in the region. We strongly oppose any action that may trigger another cycle of violence and counter-violence as this would only further endanger the lives of innocent civilians throughout the region. We are appalled and gravely disturbed by the repeated attacks against the civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and shelters in Gaza, and especially by the August 10th strike on a mosque inside the Al-Tabain school, where around 100 people were reportedly killed. This was Israel's 8th bombing of a school sheltering civilians so far in August alone. We are all aware that civilian infrastructure should not be targeted. This is all the more so when those schools are being used as shelters for desperate civilians who have been displaced multiple times amid ongoing hunger, insecurity, and disease. Israel argues that these attacks on Al-Tabain school were carried out using precise munitions to eliminate Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad members embedded in the compound. But regardless of this argument, a fact is a fact. Yet another school, where hundreds of civilians were sheltering, was intentionally targeted. Israel claims that 31 terrorists were eliminated, but in this indiscriminate airstrike, no distinction was made between militants and civilians, including women and children. We understand Israel has numerous challenges in fighting against Hamas, but it is our belief that once again a school filled with displaced civilians was bombed by an advanced country like Israel. International humanitarian law must be observed at all times. As the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights clearly pointed out, the potential co-location of Hamas with civilians, as well as non-compliance with international law by Hamas, which we strongly condemn, does not negate Israel's obligations under international law. Killing militants cannot justify killing civilians, including children. This is the unambiguous conclusion of international humanitarian law. As such, Hamas must not endanger civilians by using them as human shields. Yet at the same time, we urge Israel to take every possible measure to protect innocent Palestinian civilians. We are also disturbed by last month's OCHA report, as well as media reporting, detailing that the rights of Palestinian detainees have been violated through arbitrary detentions and ill treatment. Mr. President, we are seriously alarmed by the exacerbating humanitarian situation in Gaza. Spreading famine has been compounded by the total destruction of law and order and repeated evacuation orders by the IDF. We urge Israel to implement all possible measures to enhance the swift and safe delivery of humanitarian aid throughout Gaza at scale. Humanitarian workers, notably UNRWA's, must be protected and their activities should be ensured. We are, however, appalled by the announcement last week that the UN Office of Internal Oversight Services found at least 9 UNRWA staff members may have been involved in the October 7th attack. UNRWA should maintain its role as a core pillar of humanitarian efforts in Gaza. Its credibility and neutrality must be ensured. Mr. President, the situation in the Middle East simply cannot continue along this dangerous trajectory of escalation. The conflict in Gaza must end immediately. In this regard, we welcome the joint statement by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, calling for the resumption of the negotiations on August 15th. Hamas must take part in the talks. Israel also should stick to the conditions elaborated in Security Council Resolution 2735. Urgent ceasefire should be followed by humanitarian aid distributed at scale and reinvigorated efforts towards a two-state solution. We hope all leaders in the region make the right de-escalatory decisions, rejecting the extremist voices bent on additional bloodshed. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Republic of Korea for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, President. We would like to thank USG on Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, and also the Director of Financing and Partnerships Division for OCHA, Lisa Doughten, for their comprehensive briefings and their assessments of the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. We're grateful to the delegation of Algeria for taking the initiative to convene today's meeting regarding recent events in Gaza. The last time that we discussed the situation there was 2 weeks ago, and it's clear that we need to be doing this more often. Because the notion that the situation in Gaza and in the region as a whole continues to drastically deteriorate has, unfortunately, already become routine and does not get across the horrors and the suffering that the civilians in Gaza have to face every day, including elderly people, women and children. Expecting our Western, primarily American colleagues in cahoots with Israel to express any compassion to Palestinians is pointless. Therefore, it's important to regularly bring the truth about what's happening in Gaza to the Security Council platform and to the international community. We was extremely shaken by the Israeli strike on the Al Tabin school in Gaza. At the time, more than 2,000 refugees were sheltering there. More than 100 people died and tens were injured. Many of the victims were women and children. We express our sincere condolences to the families of those who died, and we wish a speedy recovery to those who were injured. We'd recall our consistent position of principle about the need for strict compliance with the norms of international humanitarian law. Jerusalem to refrain from any attacks on civilian objects. There can be no justification for this kind of action. Unfortunately, what happened in Al Tabin can't be seen as a one-off, or indeed some awful criminal misstep. As has already been said today, in the last 10 days alone, 13 centres in Gaza where IDPs were sheltering have been bombed. According to OCHA data, since the 4th of July, Israelis carried out 24 strikes on schools where displaced people were located. As a result of this, at least 274 people have died. There's a growing conclusion that what is happening is not anything else than a deliberate choice by the Israeli leadership. Condemnation of specific acts of Western Jerusalem and calls for restraint will not work. The problem runs much deeper. The problem is that, because of the pandering to Israel from our Western colleagues, the Council still has unfortunately not been able to take a requisite reaction to the escalation of the crisis in the Middle East. Essentially, the Security Council reminds us more and more of a passive and powerless bystander who can only report a worsening degradation of the situation and ritually express on this their concern. I'll say more. 14 members of the Security Council are inherently being held hostage by the US, who blocks any action towards an immediate ceasefire. 10 June, more than 2 months ago, the Council adopted its most recent product on Gaza. Then, its American sponsors pressed members of the Security Council to give it the green light as soon as possible, claiming that upon it hung the fate of the deal between Hamas and Israel on a ceasefire. Russia, I will recall, abstained at that time because we had the most serious doubts regarding the feasibility of this resolution. As time has shown, all of these doubts have been confirmed. Now, our Western colleagues prefer not to think about this, but Resolution 2735 contained 3 phases with extremely ambitious plans, from a comprehensive ceasefire to the start of a full-scale reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. Not a single one of these phases has materialized. Now, they all look absolutely surrealistic. And unfortunately, the Security Council signed up to this surrealism. But what worse than anything, it signed up on a blatant lie, complaining in the first operative paragraph that Israel agreed to the proposed conditions in the deal. Its representatives on many occasions, including in this room, said directly that they did not agree to it. Moreover, all the rhetoric of the Israeli officials shows that Israel, in principle, does not intend to stop whatever the position of the Security Council may be.
inter alia, Israeli Minister of Finance Smotrich called the deal a capitulation to Yahya Sinwar, and the Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, directly said that there will not be an end to this war. So what then result came from, to quote our American colleagues, their active diplomacy on the ground to bring parties to agreement which the Security Council should not interfere with? Even the expression "the mountain has given birth to a mouse" would be an understatement. We don't know about any progress. Moreover, since the adoption of Resolution 2735, the only anti-result is a blatant provocative murder of the main negotiator of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, former Palestinian Prime Minister, during his visit to Tehran. Now the whole world is sitting anxiously fearing a new escalation in the region. And the United States of America, who still even have not lifted a finger on this, as calling to say that Hamas should participate in negotiations on August the 15th, as if everything only depended on Hamas. President, even a bystander today would see it clearly that attempts to replace a complete solution to the Palestinian-Israel conflict with various deals of the century with a co-sponsorship of the USA is not only unsuccessful but counterproductive. The entire Middle East region is ablaze and is on the brink of falling into a full-scale war. The priority, of course, is an immediate stop to the ceasefire, to the bloodshed in Gaza. From the very beginning of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, we have called on the Council to take decisive measures to ensure an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. I recall that we proposed the first draft resolution back on the 16th of October last year. How many lives could have been saved if the Council then had risen to the occasion? That's not a rhetorical question. There is a specific figure for this. 40,000 people have died, including more than 200 UNRWA staff. More than 90,000 have been injured. As we've already said today, more than 2.5 people have died only since Resolution 2735 was adopted. This is the price of inaction of multilateral diplomacy and short-sighted interest of some members of the Council, who, with their veto of Damocles for 6 months, have not even allowed for a mention in Security Council documents of a ceasefire. But without a ceasefire, it will not be possible to put an end to the suffering of the utterly innocent civilians in Gaza, and also hostages will not be released and detainees will be released, and also full and unimpeded humanitarian access to will not be possible. We call on the Council not to be led by Washington, who is concerned only by protecting the interests of Israel and profits from delivering weapons to hotspots. And once again, we should think together about what measures can be taken to de-escalate in Gaza and the region as a whole. If, for that, we need a Security Council visit to the field, then that's what should happen. Otherwise, there's a strange situation which happens where we're all expecting that specialised departments of the Secretariat are actively present in the zone of the conflict to fulfil their mandates, often risking their lives, and we here sit in New York with information from their reports and from open sources. Or we receive invitations to visit Geneva rather than to those regions where we are really needed. The Middle East should be a priority for Council visits, which should not become political tourism to comfortable locations. It is necessary also to have a second look at the question of how the presence on the ground of specialised missions could be reformatted, primarily UNSO. We need to think about the possibility of strengthening the mandate, if necessary, without tying it to the consent of both parties, if needed. It's clear that that will never be received. General Patrick Gosha has twice briefed the Council already, underscoring specific practical questions which need to be resolved so that to breathe new life into his mission's mandate, which is very much needed in the circumstances of the current escalation. We call on colleagues on the Council to not sit idly by, but actively involve themselves in these discussions. The Council cannot and not should close its eyes to what is happening in the Middle East and, for the benefit of one delegation, neglect its direct mandate to maintain international peace and security. And nor should it forget about its own decisions about the need to create an independent sovereign Palestinian state within 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side in peace and security with Israel. And no other schemes and concepts should replace this foundation of peace in the Middle East. We are ready to cooperate with all of those who share this approach. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of OCHA Federation for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. And I also thank Undersecretary Rosemary DiCarlo and Director Lisa Doughten for the harrowing briefings today. Malta condemns the horrific strike on the Al Tabeen school in Gaza last weekend, which reportedly killed dozens of civilians, including children. This is a continuation of the deeply concerning pattern of strikes on Palestinian education facilities. Al Tabeen school was a refuge for hundreds of displaced Palestinians. We urge Israel to cease attacks on civilians and civilian objects and to take immediate, decisive action to adhere to international human rights and humanitarian law. It is unacceptable that the civilian casualties of this war have reached 40,000, and by some estimates may be as high as 180,000, and that several hostages, including children, remain captive in Gaza for 312 days. Innocent lives on both sides should be safeguarded at all costs. The status quo reflects an apparent complete disregard for international law as the modus operandi of the conflict parties. Hamas's use of the civilian infrastructure for militant purposes, including through the firing of rockets into Israel, directly jeopardizes civilians, which we wholly condemn, and as we have consistently condemned the terror attacks, including those of 7th October. Nonetheless, strict compliance with international law, including international humanitarian law, remains a paramount obligation of the conflict parties, including Israel. The principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution are not voluntary. The lives of civilians, women and children cannot be disregarded. Malta condemns the loss of all innocent civilian life, including the recent killing of Druze children in Majd al-Shams, and we stress the conflict parties' obligation to prioritize protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. President, the broad and systematic risks faced by Gaza's population remain severe. Humanitarian aid continues to be blocked without any legitimate administrative or bureaucratic reason. Hunger, the growing threat of diseases such as polio, exacerbated by little to no access to medical aid, persistent displacement, and lawlessness have deepened insecurity, rendering the situation untenable. Humanitarian actors continue to inform us that what is being done to address these horrific conditions is nowhere close to enough. A paradigm shift is necessary. Border crossings must be reopened, and effective measures need to be taken to ensure that aid is delivered into and across Gaza. President, the carnage must stop. Hostages must be released. They must be reunited with their families, and the humanitarian crisis must be adequately addressed. The full, immediate, and effective implementation of relevant Council resolutions and the orders of the ICJ is essential. Malta reaffirms its categorical call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We fully support and commend efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar, who continue work towards bridging gaps to implement the framework agreement, which is in line with Council Resolution 2735. We call on the conflict parties to constructively approach negotiations and urgently implement the ceasefire deal. As regional escalations continue, we underline that concluding this deal is critical. This will directly contribute to avoiding a broader conflict in the Middle East. We call on all regional parties to commit to diplomacy, de-escalate and refrain from any attacks which would inflame regional tensions and undermine chances for a ceasefire deal. For Israelis and Palestinians to know security and peace, a return to restorative dialogue towards a political horizon must become the core objective. Malta stresses that this must align with a comprehensive peace plan which paves the way towards a credible and irreversible realization of the two-state solution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Switzerland welcomes the convening of this urgent meeting of the Security Council on the situation in Gaza. And I would like to thank the Undersecretary General for Political Affairs, Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, and the Director of the Funding and Partnerships Division, Ms. Lisa Doughten of OCHA, for their statements. It's clear, President, Switzerland condemns the violations of international humanitarian law committed by all parties. It also condemns the fact that the hostilities continue to claim many civilian victims, as was reported last Saturday in Gaza. A school is a place of learning. A school must enable children to learn, to develop, to build their future and thus contribute to a peaceful and prosperous society. In Gaza today, schools are often the last resort for finding something to eat, some water or shelter. But even these schools, which have become makeshift shelters, often offer no refuge to civilians. According to the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Israeli attack on the Al Tabeen school killed at least 93 people and was the 21st attack in a single month on a school used as a refuge. According to this same source, attacks on schools, universities, teachers and students are on the increase. And, as we've heard at the same time, children have not been to school since the 7th of October. International humanitarian law prohibits, including armed groups such as Hamas, from using civilians to protect a military objective from attack. Even when this rule is violated, this in no way suspends Israel's obligation to comply strictly with international humanitarian law in the conduct of hostilities. This includes the principles of distinction, precaution, and proportionality. Israel, as the occupying power, is obliged to provide the population with basic humanitarian needs, including safe shelter. President, 75 years ago yesterday, the Geneva Conventions came into being. By adopting these conventions, member states committed themselves to preserving humanity, even in times of war. These commitments must be implemented as a matter of urgency by all parties to the conflict, and that is not the case today. The parties must respect international law and thus help to alleviate the suffering of civilians. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains unbearable. In addition to the risk of dying as a result of the fighting, there is multiple displacements, loss of shelter, disease and famine. The resurgence of polio shows the scale of the disaster. Polio is incurable. Prevention is therefore the only solution. To this end, the vaccination campaign by the UN and its partners must be made possible without delay to avoid another perfectly avoidable disaster. Famine continues to take hold in Gaza. Switzerland recalls that the use of starvation as a method of warfare against the civilian population is prohibited and constitutes a war crime under the Rome Statute. The immediate, safe and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid to all civilians in need throughout the Gaza Strip must finally be guaranteed. The recent remarks by the Israeli finance minister are unacceptable, and we expect the Israeli government to respect its obligations under international humanitarian law. President, Switzerland demands the full implementation of the resolutions of this Council, in particular Resolutions 2712, 2720, 2728 and 2735, as well as the provisional measures of the International Court of Justice. The war and suffering in Gaza must end, and all hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. Switzerland calls on all parties to engage in good faith in the ceasefire talks under the aegis of the United States, Qatar and Egypt. A ceasefire in Gaza is also crucial to regional de-escalation. The solution of two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders remains essential for peace. It is the only conceivable political horizon for guaranteeing the security and dignity of the people in the region, and so that schools become once again what they should be, a place of learning and hope for a future of peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the representatives of Switzerland for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Rosemary DiCarlo and Lisa Doughten for their briefings. In Gaza, as expressed on a number of occasions, the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, the war must come to an end. For the people of Gaza, for the hostages, for the region's stability, which is still in this context, France most firmly condemns the Israeli strikes on 9 August, which targeted the Tabin school in the town of Gaza, and addresses its condolences to the close family of the victims and stands in solidarity with its thoughts for the wounded. For some weeks, schools have been bombed where hundreds of people were displaced and seeking refuge with an unacceptable number of victims. These attacks against the civilian infrastructure must stop, and France recalls the urgency of respecting humanitarian law in this regard. And France would also underscore the urgency of a ceasefire immediately and permanently in Gaza Strip in order to put an end to the suffering of the civilian population and to bring about massive and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance, which is absolutely necessary for the immense needs of the people of Gaza, and reiterates its call for an immediate release and without conditions of all hostages, as well as its condemnations in the strongest terms of all terrorist attacks committed by Hamas and other terrorist groups on the 7th of October. As recalled along the side of the United Kingdom and Germany, France supports mediation efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, and calls for an immediate resumption of negotiations, which must be successful without any further delays. And France reaffirms the urgency of implementing a two-state solution, the only way to guarantee stability and security in the region. Given the urgency of a two-state solution, that is the only way to bring about security and stability in the region. Given the increase of tensions in the Middle East, this Council must do everything in its power in order to prevent further regional unrest. And France is attached to regional stability and security of its partners in the region, and we have mobilized in favor of a rapid de-escalation, working with our international partners. France expresses its deep-seated concern with regard to ongoing clashes along the blue line between Israel and Lebanon, and reiterates its full support to UNFIL, whose action is key, and thus reaffirms its attachment to the security and intends to propose to this Council a draft resolution to renew UNFIL's mandate for another 12 months. We call upon all parties to shoulder the greatest responsibility and exercise the greatest restraint for the region as a whole to prevent any further flare-ups. Israel should refrain from any attack that might further exacerbate regional tensions and which would make it more difficult to bring about a ceasefire and the release of the hostages. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo and Director Doughten for their briefings to the Council. My country reiterates its support for the courageous and sacrificing efforts of the United Nations and agencies in the conflict zone. Now more than 10 months have elapsed since the beginning of this war. More than 10 months of violence, death, and desolation. More than 10 months of discouraging and deadly news, and this weekend was no exception. The bombing of a school in Gaza has once again led to the death of dozens of Palestinian civilians, many of whom were displaced several times, seeking in vain security and protection. The enormous numbers of deaths and civilian wounded created by this war make it difficult to disagree with those who have said that the Palestinian people is grappling with collective punishment, as stated by the Secretary General Guterres and various world leaders. Meanwhile, more than 110 hostages continue to be under the thumb of Hamas, and more than 300 days since they have been in captivity, which started with the unjustifiable terrorist attacks of 7 October. These attacks, we should recall, were the immediate cause of the current violence, and we can't but condemn it, as my country does once again on this occasion. Every day, it's the civilians who bear the brunt of the weight of this conflict in the midst of horror, displacement, and unending suffering, as indicated correctly by the Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland. Every day that passes also, we see the increasing possibility of a regional conflict that would lead to more deaths, more displacement, and more suffering for the civilian populations. Paradoxically, just yesterday, we commemorated 75 years of the Geneva Convention agreements. Definitively, it's urgent to have an agreement in place that will make it possible to stop this war, release the hostages, alleviate the terrible humanitarian situation in Gaza, and leave those who would wish further violence without a pretext. Mr. President, on the 8th of August, the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States issued a joint communique whereby they called on the parties to resume the dialogue this Thursday, 15th of August, and finalize without further delay an agreement. My country would like to thank the three mediating countries for their leadership and their efforts, and urges the parties to accept this call and take this opportunity to demonstrate political will and good faith. This is the only way to finally conclude the negotiations of an agreement and begin its implementation without further delay, as requested by this Council in Resolution 2735. In the meantime, all of the regional actors that want peace must exercise a maximum of restraint and avoid any action or measure that might impact the negotiations. It is time already to truly make a collective effort for peace. It is time for concrete action and attitudes that will lead to a change in the cruel current reality. It is time for agreements and restraint. I conclude this statement, Mr. President, with the hope that the next time the Council addresses this issue, the hostilities will have stopped and it will be possible to make progress towards a peaceful, negotiated, definitive, and fair solution for the parties with the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel, on the basis of the 1967 borders and the relevant resolutions. This is the only way to put a definitive end to this conflict. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Sierra Leone. I thank USG Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo and Director Lisa Doughten for their important briefings and call to action, particularly in the statement of Director Lisa Doughten, to leave no stone unturned. I welcome the participation of the representatives of the State of Palestine, Israel, and South Africa in this meeting. After weeks of sustained escalation amidst continued violence in the Gaza Strip and the wider region, it is tragic to hear another report of a direct attack on the Al-Tabin school located in central Gaza, a place where hundreds of displaced Palestinian civilians found shelter. We know that in the press release, the Israeli Defense Forces stated that following intelligence, the Israeli Air Force precisely struck a Hamas command and control center embedded in the Al-Tabin school, located adjacent to a mosque, which serves as a shelter for the residents in Gaza City. Sierra Leone deeply regrets that over 80 civilians were killed, including a family of 10 persons, and that many more were injured. We deplore this tragic and unacceptable loss of civilian lives and the actions that led to such devastating consequences. We reiterate our condemnation of attacks on honor schools, civilian objects, including residential areas, providing shelter to innocent civilians, in particular women and children. We call for an immediate end to indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks and violations of international law. Colleagues, as reported by the UN Human Rights Office in the occupied Palestinian territory, the unfolding pattern in the recent weeks of direct strikes on schools in the Gaza Strip is unacceptable and cannot be justified under any circumstances. The UN Human Rights Office has also reported that over the past month, 17 schools have been struck, killing at least 163 Palestinians, including women and children. In the span of 10 months, each day has brought new challenges, struggles, and hardship for the affected civilians who have witnessed and endured prolonged suffering. The humanitarian situation remains a crisis of epic proportions, as the supply of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip remains challenging due to access constraints and the high level of insecurity. Civilians are not only struggling to access basic amenities such as food, water, and medication, but are also at risk of a surge in communicable diseases due to overcrowding and poor living conditions. Recently, the World Health Organization has confirmed the high risk of poliovirus spreading within Gaza Strip due to the unsanitary condition in the confined space. As stated by a WHO expert, an outbreak of poliovirus in the Gaza Strip may spill over internationally at a very high point. We therefore call for the safe facilitation of unobstructed access into and within Gaza through all crossing points for all vaccinations, associated equipment, including cold chain storage, and specialist staff. The well-being and health of children require far greater input than just vaccinations, and we reiterate our call for unimpeded access for all humanitarian activities. It is heartrending at this stage to recount the series of threats and devastations civilians face in the Gaza Strip. While people still struggle to have an average proportion of a square meal per day and access to basic health care, there are also warnings of potential flooding ahead of the winter season. Humanitarian experts in the field have highlighted that the repeated evacuation orders by Israel since the start of the conflict has been carried out in a manner that fails to prioritize the safety and well-being of civilians, as they fail to meet the international humanitarian law criteria. Colleagues, on the wider region, the situation remains fragile as hostilities continue across the blue line in Lebanon. The Houthis continue their maritime attacks in the Red Sea, and a potential attack on Israel territory as a possible retaliation from Iran cannot be discounted. The West Bank is no exception, as there is an increase in attacks and civilian casualties. With the war in wider Middle East regional context, I would like to conclude with the following observations. Firstly, the cumulative toll of the conflict makes it even more essential at this stage to find a peaceful resolution. This can be achieved with an immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, followed by parties to the conflict, that is, Israel and Hamas, complying with the provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice in South Africa versus Israel case, and Security Council resolutions 2712, 2720, 2728, and 2735. Secondly, in adhering to the principles of international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law, civilian objects, including schools, cannot be legitimate military target, as well as cannot be used for any military purpose. Thirdly, and despite the stalemate, Sierra Leone remains supportive of ongoing diplomatic engagement, which, in our considered view, is one of the effective tools to resolving this conflict. We once again call on the mediators, Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, to foster an environment of constructive dialogue to rebuild trust and confidence. Since SCR 2735 was adopted, over 2,303 civilians have been killed. This cannot continue, as we know that the deaths have added to the 287 aid workers killed in Gaza Strip since 7th October 2023, including 205 UNRWA staff, and at least 39,699 Palestinians killed, and over 91,722 injured. In this regard and in closing, we call on all sides to take steps to urgently finalize the deal being brokered by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States in line with Resolution 2735. The parties must demonstrate good faith. To sustain diplomatic efforts and negotiations, it is hoped that the collective conscience will rule over actions of the parties and guide them towards doing what is right and just as against what they so desperately desire. I thank you. I resume my functions as President of the Council. I give the floor to the representative of the observer state of Palestine.
Mr. President, as we gather here for the 10th month in a row to advance a ceasefire to save human lives, Israel continues taking human lives and every action possible to spread a wildfire across the Middle East. As we sit here on the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions that were birthed in the ruins of entire cities, in the mass and indiscriminate killing of civilians, in the death chambers in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as a pledge that the light will emerge out of the darkest night and protect the dignity and humanity of all persons caught in armed conflict, Israel is tearing the conventions apart in Gaza along with every rule humanity has ever elaborated. As we meet here in New York, there are Israeli government and military officials, pundits, and analysts explaining seriously that they are entitled to carry out indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks against the Palestinian civilian population, to wage war against civilians. They explain that starvation is a legitimate weapon of war. They justify gang rape and torture against defenseless prisoners as a required deterrent. And this is not a theoretical exercise. This is what Israel is imposing against millions of Palestinians, no man, woman, or child spared. You demand Israel to stop killing civilians as a Security Council, but it targets them in their shelters and tents. You demand Israel to allow food and medicine in, but it ensures that famine and diseases spread. You demand Israel to treat Palestinian prisoners humanely, but it tortures them and allows the Israeli jailers to rape and abuse their Palestinian hostages. You call on it to stop its settlements, but it rapidly accelerates its colonization of Palestinian land. You urge Israel to uphold the historic status quo at the holy sites, but its ministers and settlers desecrate the Al-Haram al-Sharif each time more openly and provocatively. So let me state the obvious. Israel does not care about your condemnations. Let me repeat. Israel does not care about your condemnations. It dismisses your resolutions. It does not even listen to your debates. Their representative will be playing with his iPhone while you are talking. As countries, as a Security Council, you had a responsibility to act months ago to stop this impunity. As the genocide continues, you have a responsibility to react, to save human lives, and preserve the foundations for peace and security for all not just for some. Israel is a rogue state with a rotten government due to the unbridled impunity it has enjoyed so far. I have no doubt that the tides will turn, and we will not be deterred in making sure no one can act as if Palestinians' lives are worthless. But Palestinians in Gaza cannot wait for the tide to turn. Their agony must stop now, must stop right now. They wonder if you see them. Do you ever think, what if you were born in Gaza? What if the prisoner raped was your son? What if the children starving to death were your own? What if that woman killed was your daughter or your wife? What if the disease was riddling the body of your mother, your grandmother? What if that family that was blown into pieces or burned to death was yours? Killed in cold blood after running in desperation and hunger for months to survive. Just consider for one moment the sheer agony and despair that our people have suffered all these long months of deprivation and devastation lashed upon them while the world watched and left them to suffer, starve, and die. Mr. President, while we acknowledge and welcome the international consensus that has long called for an immediate ceasefire, clearly Israel has retained a veto right over that prospect. This must be brought to an end. Israel cannot continue to defy the world and every rule of humankind. It is not a coincidence. Every time the world pushes for a ceasefire, Israel responds with a massacre, like the one in the school. It sends a message, each more gruesome than the one before, that it will not stop. But there is no right to commit genocide. Obviously, no right. And we warn all those contributing directly or indirectly to the emergence of such a right. There is nothing that can justify Israeli actions. Nothing. And don't anyone dare say this is about the hostages. It's not about the hostages. It became apparent long ago that this Israeli government could care less about them. The hostages know it. Their families know it. You know it in the Security Council. Israel is killing them, abandoning them, playing with their lives. Netanyahu has other priorities, self-serving ones, maniacal ones. He's a maniac. Something terrible is happening in Israel. Something that has made justifying genocide, famine, and gang rape mainstream ideology. Something horrific is happening. The memory of the Holocaust, instead of serving as an unbreachable barrier against the commission of atrocities, has been instrumentalized to justify their commission. How is this possible? 10 months later, with the whole world opposed to it, because that opposition has yet to lead to serious consequences for Israel. This is a hard fact. You have to face it. If there are no consequences, they're not going to stop. They're not going to listen to you. To those who continue to arm Israel, to those who still have the audacity to call in Israel, quote unquote, to investigate its own crimes, as if the actions of its soldiers do not reflect the actual policies of its military and political leaders. To those who dare to try and deter international courts from ensuring accountability instead of deterring the perpetrators of atrocities. Wake up. Wake up. How long do you have to remain in denial? Wake up. Stop finding excuses. Stop imagining that you can reason with the Israeli government so it stops killing civilians by the thousands, imposing famine, torturing prisoners, colonizing and annexing our land. All while you appeal to them, call on them, demand them to stop. You have to tell them to stop, and you have the tools to make them stop. As a Security Council and as nations in your national capacity. You have to decide, what do you stand for and what do you stand against? This is not a time for justifications and equivocations. This is a time for clarity and resolve. This is time to shore up principles and morality. Do not abandon your duties. Do not abandon your duties as a Security Council. You have the tools to make what you decide a reality, and no one should be above the law if you choose to do that. If you have the political will to implement what you decide. Mr. President, when will the Israeli government be held accountable for its actions? When? When will the war criminals be sanctioned? And as my brother from Algeria, it is time to sanction. We reject a position whereby you would be against hostage taking except when the hostages are Palestinians, and whereby you would sanction war criminals except when they are Israelis. We cannot come back here over and over again and pretend that everyone does not all know that Israel will not listen until it has no choice but to listen. You have to make them have no choice but to listen to you until there are consequences for its crimes. You cannot commit a crime and get away with it. There has to be consequences for those committing crimes, for those who want to defend the four Geneva Conventions and all the conventions elements. When in Article 1 it says that you have to ensure in all times the compliance with the provisions of the conventions. And you see them getting away with murder, and you keep repeating the same thing. When are you going to enforce your decisions and international law? You need to impose sanctions on those criminals. You do that, they will stop continuing to commit these crimes and atrocities and genocide against the Palestinian people. We reject a position whereby you would be against hostage taking, as I said, except when the hostages are Palestinians, and whereby you would sanction war criminals except when they are Israelis. We cannot come back here over and over again and pretend that everyone does not know that Israel will not listen until it has no choice but to listen until there are consequences for its crimes. Palestinians are exhausted, surrounded by death and endless horrors. And they know your words are your words are no match for the bombs and bullets taking away their lives and limbs. But words are not all this council has. Words are not the only tool your countries have. Some have gone beyond words. They are too rare. This is a time to act, as a number of you have stated. And you will be judged, not only for the eloquence of your speeches, but also, and more importantly, for the courage of your actions. Show some courage. Show some bravery. Take actions. Stop the criminals in getting away with murder. Mr. President, we don't want Israel to torture our prisoners a bit less. As some say, that torture them a bit less. We want to see them free. We don't want Israel to make its occupation a bit less brutal. We want to see it end. Our people deserve freedom. The International Court of Justice has been unequivocal in its determination that, and I quote, the sustained abuse by Israel of its positions as an occupying power through annexation and an assertion of permanent control over the occupied Palestinian territory and continued frustration of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination violates fundamental principles of international law and renders Israelis' presence in the occupied Palestinian territory unlawful. Their presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. Therefore, the court said it has to end as quickly as possible. This illegal occupation and all the illegal, inhumane, racist, and destructive policies that flow from it must end. The Palestinian people will not disappear, and they will not surrender. They will not relinquish their legitimate aspiration to live in freedom and dignity in their ancestral land. I urge the Security Council to act. I urge you to act. And in the coming days, we will go to the General Assembly to make sure that it upholds its charter responsibilities to make sure that the determinations of the highest court in the world, the ICJ, is translated into political will and momentum, into concrete actions to be pursued by the UN and its member states to end this illegal action as soon as possible. To protect civilians' life, to preserve and pursue peace and security. Dag Hammarskjöld once stated, and I quote, "It has been said that the United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from hell." End of quotation. History will remember that the Palestinians were left to endure hell. Now, the fire they have painfully endured for almost a year is spreading to devour everything around in our region. There is only one way to stop a man-made fire. It is not enough to tend to the flames. You need to stop the arsonist. Let me repeat what our people in Gaza is saying, and they have been saying that, and they cannot take it any longer. Enough is enough. You have to act to put an end to this cruel criminality and genocide against our people in Palestine, particularly in the Gaza Strip. Will you do that, all of you? You gave beautiful statements. You said, you showed unanimity in rejecting their criminal action. But that is good, not sufficient. Show the will and the resolve to act on that basis with the tools that you have, with the mandate given to you by the Charter, to come to the Palestinian people and serve them justice, to stop the criminals from continuing in what they are doing. Can we count on you? Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the observer states of Palestine for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm sure many of you were not aware or did not care to check, but today is Tisha B'Av, the saddest day on the Jewish calendar, our ancient day of mourning. We are fasting today for the many tragedies in Jewish history that occurred on this day, including the destruction of our first and second holy temples in Jerusalem. But let me be clear, Jerusalem will never fall again. Jerusalem, united Jerusalem, will never fall again. No matter how many times our enemies attempt to destroy us, no matter how many times the UN slanders us and distorts reality. We will stay in our homeland and we will prevail. Mr. President, Council members, in the early hours of October 17th, 2023, reports flooded from Hamas Ministry of Health of an Israeli airstrike on Al-Ahli Hospital. You probably remember it. Remember that day. These reports were then quickly, very quickly, parroted by UN officials, media outlets, and several governments. Not even 24 hours following these baseless claims, this council convened to discuss what was exposed to be a terrorist propaganda operation. As you probably remember, it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket which fell on the hospital parking lot, not an Israeli missile. Fast forward 10 months, and nothing has changed. In the early hours of August 10th, 2024, the Gaza Ministry of Health, which the OCHA representative referenced while failing to mention it is in fact Hamas, has concocted a new blood libel. Once again, UN officials and media outlets were quick to echo this campaign of lies. I simply cannot comprehend that the United Nations Security Council would hold an emergency session based on jihadist propaganda. Once again, the Council falls for terrorist narratives, amplifying them and neglecting its obligations to the truth. Some in this chamber distort reality because of political interest, and we all understand the political interest. So I will set the record straight for all of you. On Saturday, August 10th, Israel targeted not a school, not an innocent school. We targeted dangerous terrorists operating in a Hamas command and control center within El Taba'in school. As usual, Hamas cynically abuses civilian facilities which should be protected as their terror bases. This strike eliminated at least 31 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists who carried out attacks from inside this compound. These vile terrorists included platoon commanders, mortar and rocket operatives, cell commanders, and intelligence operatives. We neutralized dozens of vicious terrorists who used this school for their evil goals and were in direct violation of international law. But do you hold Hamas accountable for the losses? No, of course not. And of course, he shouldn't speak for Hamas because he doesn't represent them. How convenient. By the way, the building itself is still intact, which would be physically impossible if Hamas claims are to be believed. So I ask you, dear colleagues, did you learn nothing from Hamas's lies about Al-Ahli Hospital or from their lies about Al-Shifa Hospital, which they also used as their headquarters, and the lies about our daring hostage rescue, among many other instances? In which other context would the international community rush to propagate the lies of a terrorist organization attempting to malign a democratic state, as we take every possible measure to minimize collateral damage, while Hamas uses civilians as human shields, deliberately putting them in harm's way? Not only are Hamas lies echoed here, but you also ignore and enable their outrageous violations of international and humanitarian law. Prohibited use of civilian infrastructure by Hamas terrorists are numerous, are widespread. Everyone, I'm telling you, everyone can see them. Everyone except the UN, of course. Yet, the briefer today only touched upon these violations rather than investigating the twisted and immoral strategies of Hamas terrorists. But why would we be surprised if the UN has no data of itself? They have to rely on baby killers and rapers to supply them the data. Just 80 years ago, the Nazi Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, used the language of race science as his weapon against the Jewish people, poisoning the minds of the German people. Mr. President, Joseph Goebbels' ilk, the people who are ideologically his descendants, are alive and well, sadly. Only now it is Hamas using the language of humanitarian and international law and modern blood libels to vilify Israel. The Council convened today urgently to discuss Hamas's false claims. Shockingly, it seems that you have decided to dedicate your time to listen to the terrorist lies, while no real concern has been shown when Israeli children were murdered only recently by Hezbollah. Let me show you the differences. These, and you have the names and their positions, these are the terrorists eliminated in Gaza on Saturday. This is only part of them because we, as a reliable country, we check ourselves. We don't rush to conclusions. But this is only part of the terrorists who were eliminated on Saturday. Terrorists exploiting Al-Taba'in school as a base for their murderous objectives. These are the people you call an emergency session for. While these are 11 of the 12 Israeli children murdered by the terrorists of Hezbollah. These children were playing a football game in Majd al-Shams when Hezbollah terrorists rained down death upon their sweet heads. So while these terrorists used a school as their terror base, these children will never see their school again. But for them, you couldn't find the time for an urgent session. They do not deserve an urgent session, huh, my Algerian colleague? Shame on you. What a disgrace. So ask yourself, why was the murder of 12 Israeli children in Majd al-Shams insufficient cause for a meeting, but the elimination of Palestinian terrorists operating out of a school is sufficient? But you know what? The most unbelievable thing is your inaction to condemn and stop the biggest danger and threat to the entire region, Iran. Right now, as we speak here now, millions of Israelis are preparing for a direct Iranian attack, just as they did in April. Iran's aggression threatens the entire region with war, a regional war. Yet you are here wasting time on falsehoods spread by the words of terrorists. This fact that we are holding an emergency session because Hamas uses civilians as human shields rather than discussing the real global threat perfectly represents the distorted agenda within the UN, a significant detachment between the UN's supposed agenda and the global reality. Colleagues, as this may be the last time for me to address you as Israel's ambassador, though who knows, perhaps another session will be called because of more terrorist propaganda, I would like to leave you with this. I have been immensely, immensely proud to represent my country here, the most moral country in the world, the most moral country in the world. You listen, Palestinian representative, in this warped place. I hope one day you will also see the bias and perversion of morality here, and pray, and I pray that you will see the truth. The terrorist organization that this guy represents here and tyrannical regimes should be condemned, not protected, and that Israel should be praised. We are today the vanguard of civilization. We are the vanguard of civilization. But until then, Am Israel Chai. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. The representative of Algeria has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Very briefly, I wanted to testify here that the 60 children who have been killed since the 7th of October didn't kill themselves. I would like to testify here that the more than 10,000 women massacred didn't massacre themselves. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their further statement. I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this urgent meeting, which is most likely not going to be the last on the same matter, whilst civilians continue to be massacred by the implacable government of Israel. Unfortunately, some in this room continue to support and defend Israel as it commits the most despicable crimes against humanity the world has ever seen in recent times with impunity. It is indeed an indictment on the UN Security Council that a resolution has to date not been found on this intractable conflict that has served on the agenda of this organization since time immemorial. Just yesterday, lamenting the inefficiency of the Security Council, the Secretary General remarked, and I quote, "Since 1945, the United Nations Security Council has been a bedrock of global peace and security. But the cracks in its foundations are becoming too large to ignore. They are contributing to deadlock, stalemate, and stagnation around today's most pressing crises. End of quote. In this regard, the inability of the Council to put an end to the genocide that continues to be carried out by Israel against the people of Gaza is a case in point. Mr. President, Israel's impunity and apparent political protection is not perceived, it's real. This impunity puts into question the whole meaning of, and I quote, legally binding, because this organization has adopted numerous resolutions since the formation of the United Nations that have been undermined by Israel for decades. To affirm its status as a legal delinquent immediately following its receipt of armed support from those who support it, Israel committed yet another massacre on 10 August this year when it bombed the Doughten school in central Gaza City, where thousands of displaced families had sheltered. More than 100 Palestinian children, women, and men, and many injured as a result. The assassination of Hamas leader, Dr. Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran last month, and the continuous targeting of civilians in Gaza will likely further compound the situation in an already volatile region. We hope that the investigation into his assassination will soon be concluded and call on all parties to exercise the utmost restraint and avoid any acts that would escalate tensions in an already fragile region. Mr. President, as an avid believer of the rule of law, in December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Israel defied the court's order and launched an offensive in Rafah. Once again, South Africa put its trust in the global court system and sought additional provisional measures to prevent Israel's persistent acts of genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Deciding on the matter, the court proclaimed that the Palestinians have a legal right to protection against genocide, and that South Africa had shown that there was a real and imminent risk of the irreparable violation of that right. This also fell on deaf ears. In addition to the evidence presented at the ICJ, South Africa submitted to the Security Council a body of evidence in support of its argument that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This document was circulated as S/2024/419, and we encourage all member states to study the document and acquaint themselves of its content. Mr. President, there must be an immediate cessation of hostilities across the whole of Gaza, and all attacks on humanitarian workers and medical staff must cease immediately and permanently. The continued occupation of Palestine, destruction of infrastructure, obliteration of livelihoods, displacement, collective punishment, and extrajudicial assassinations will undoubtedly make the realization of a peaceful solution to the Palestinian question and the situation in the Middle East in general much more difficult to achieve. We reiterate that the international community cannot proclaim the importance of international law, including the respect for the UN Charter in some situations, but not in others. The ability of Israel to simply ignore binding decisions from international organizations with no consequences is unacceptable. The Council must immediately ensure respect for its resolutions in line with its mandate if it's to successfully mend, and I quote, the cracks in its foundation, end quotes, and avert a situation where these cracks become too large to ignore. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representatives of South Africa for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
and cement.
Una proporción de cemento.
As you can see, we don't mix in any sand. We left that out to make the construction material more porous. Exactly. So now I'm also adding a bit of cement and a bit of water, and then we'll see what it looks like. This mixture is now more or less usable. The group's interest in porous concrete grew out of the final project of a group of students, including Ignacio Marrero, who worked under Professor Luis Segura. This is what it looks like. Roughly like a rice cracker. These samples show that the material is much more porous, so water will be able to flow through the pores. Normally, we seal up everything. We build roads with asphalt, with concrete. The same with houses, parking lots. Everything is waterproofed. Then all of that water has to be funneled into our sewer system, deep underground. The more the city is sealed up, the bigger this sewer system has to be. And some systems, like here in Montevideo, were built more than 200 years ago. The Uruguayan capital was the first city in South America to have an extensive sewer system. Montevideo was a pioneer in that respect. But now the system is aging and can't cope with heavy rains. That leads to flooding, like here in 2022. We were sleeping when my wife suddenly heard a noise. I looked outside and saw that the cars were sailing down the street, literally. It was crazy. Nothing like that had ever happened before. Right when we tried to get out, the glass broke. The water poured in and started carrying away our furniture. Then the car floated in. It broke through the gate and took everything with it. The water was incredibly powerful and came all the way up to here. Everything here was full of water and dirt. At that moment, I heard loud calls for help from outside. People are shouting. I don't know where they are. All of the houses have bars, so the people in them couldn't get out. That was one of the most terrible moments. We're always afraid when there's heavy rain. We stay alert, but we have to live with it, unfortunately. That's just how it is. According to the city government, more than 26,000 people in Montevideo live in places that are at risk of flooding. Most of them are neighborhoods near the water. But that's not the only problem. These days, torrential downpours are becoming more frequent and severe here in Uruguay. Montevideo has already taken measures to adapt. One measure, for example, is what's called rain gardens. Those are large beds of flowers and plants where the water can seep into the ground. It's stored there and then eventually flows off slowly. There are rain gardens like this in several places already. Another way to help alleviate this problem is with huge underground installations. They're huge basins that are as big as a block of houses, covering an area of maybe 50 by 50 meters, and they're 2 or 3 meters high. So they have a lot of storage capacity. The water from an entire neighborhood flows there and is stored, and then slowly makes its way to the sewer system. The porous concrete could be another solution. Luis Segura's team has already demonstrated that it also works outside the laboratory, here in the area around the Faculty of Engineering. This here is the first water-permeable concrete paving in Uruguay. We made this paving with the help of a concrete manufacturer and came up with the right mix together. It's not just the material that's new, so is the technique used to lay it out. A construction company helped with that. Here we can see an example of different kinds of water-permeable concrete. This one here has a smaller grain size, which is more suited to city squares and sidewalks. And here we have a robust version for streets and parking lots. What makes this porous concrete special is that it has greater resistance and is more supportive and more comfortable for pedestrians. The new material is already being used in other parts of Montevideo. For example, here, where a large complex of public buildings is under construction. When we began to investigate different kinds of paving and ways of collecting rainwater, we learned about this new kind of water-permeable concrete. And we realized it has a lot of advantages. At first, about 2,000 square meters will be paved with the new material. That will help the sewage system and the public drainage system cope with heavy rain. And the water can also be reused, for example, to irrigate green spaces. The city is completely impermeable to water. It's already exceeded the limits of its capacity. I think as soon as the technology is there, water-permeable concrete will be used a lot. We need to implement this technology more quickly so that it can be used on a large scale. Concrete that's permeable to water. Just one of many ideas that could help our cities become more climate resilient and more resistant to flooding.
The global population is growing and aging. Estimates suggest the number of people aged 65 or over is set to double from the current 760 million over the next 25 years. At the same time, life expectancy will continue to rise. We need to rethink old age.
New York, Dorothy Wiggins' hometown, a place she loves to hate. Her Instagram handle is Dorothy Loves New York, but when she travels through the city, it doesn't always sound like it.
It's changed terribly. When I came up here, there was just little funny old buildings, nothing but glass buildings. And I liked it better when it was kind of rough and tumble and scuffy and old.
But not everything has gotten worse. Back then, she couldn't afford to play tennis. Today, millions of fans watch her on the court. Her friend Michael films her wherever she goes. When Dorothy swings the racket, she nets up to 9 million viewers on TikTok and Instagram. Everyone loves her backhand.
Tennis is a terrific game to stay limber. Unfortunately, at my ripe old age of 98, I'm unable to play like I did. I cannot just hit for a few minutes, really. So now, but I played all last summer.
It's an inspiration. You know, I mean, I still play tournaments at 80, but now I'm thinking, well, I can go well into my 90s.
That's right.
A serve, 1 million clicks. Nothing can slow her down. An unlikely influencer, but age is no barrier. Living her best life, taking social media by storm. Looking sharp is half the game. Once a week, she has her hair done in Monica's salon. And she's a role model here too.
In her age, she's doing more stuff than just any regular person who is like 40 or 50. She's so advanced with everything, which is like amazing. So that's why I think talking about age doesn't stop you.
Dorothy originally drew her inspiration from Parisian chic. Back then, she lived with her husband, a diplomat, in the south of France.
I just want to be different. I just want to be different from everybody else. It's just the way I am. Well, I would never wear blue jeans, never. I've never owned a pair of blue jeans because I don't want to wear anything that anybody else wears.
A photo shoot for Vogue. She may have ditched the high heels she wore when she was a model, but she's lost none of her panache. Dorothy can still remember the Great Depression. She's seen 17 presidents in the White House, but has never been as worried as she is now. She hopes people will go out and vote against Donald Trump.
Nobody believed it the first time. They just thought that he couldn't possibly win. They didn't take it seriously. Many of my friends say if he gets in, they're going to leave the country. It's very, very scary. And I have to hope that he doesn't make it. Be the end of America as we know it if he got in.
Sharp-tongued, sharp-witted, always herself. Her social media posts often draw thousands of likes and comments. Michael has been keeping her company since her husband died.
I love your attitude and your energy. You are so interesting, a role model. Dorothy, I'm a neurosurgeon and I think you rock. It's an antique life. This kind of life doesn't exist very much anymore. So I think that's where the fascination is.
Her followers don't even mind when she questions their intelligence.
I don't watch social media. I have nothing to do with it. I don't believe in it. I think it's stupid. If I inspire people to get off their ass, and get out and do things, that's a good thing.
It's also a good way to ward off loneliness after her beloved husband Guy died at age 100.
And we always danced down there.
She might scorn social media, but she's happy to use it to dish out some pithy advice.
You know, you only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough.
That means always keep your chin up. And keep doing what she did with her husband for 61 years, closing out the evening with a cocktail, wherever she might be, in New York or in the Caribbean. And at this rate, she'll still be kicking up her heels on the dance floor when she turns 100.
Right now, Vika's at home. She's booked at a party and a shopping mall this evening. Part of her routine is making sure that all her equipment is ready to go. I listen to everything because sometimes there are situations when the CD gets stuck. And I always find things like that a bit upsetting. She's been in the business for a long time, ever since she retired 25 years ago. Back then, she was a special education teacher, and she wanted to keep working with people. But now music is in the mix. Music spans the generations. It's a way to reach everyone. It's fantastic medicine because all the different rhythms transport us into another world, a world of fantasy. And well, getting old with music is more fun. Most of all, Vika wants to maintain her independence. She sometimes even repairs her equipment herself. She's had bookings all across Europe: Berlin, London, Moscow, Paris. She also has a partner to help out. You can carry this. What, me? You just have to carry it. I'm not your pack mule, you know. Yes, you are. DJ Chris is 10 years younger than Vika and can do more of the lugging around. He's not a big talker, though, and is used to being in Vika's shadow. They're a bit like an old married couple. Later tonight, in the mall, they're going to perform for an audience of seniors. They have a loyal following here in Warsaw. Dancing and the chance to socialize is good medicine for seniors. A very useful one because many old people are quite lonely. At Vika's parties, everyone can dance and enjoy themselves. Vika caters to their taste in music, and she's something of a role model. We come here because of her. She's wonderful. She sweeps us off our feet. I showed my partner there's another world out there, that we can still have fun at our age. I'm only 68. I'm still young, and I hope that at her age I'll be just as active as she is. So I'm sticking with it. That's music to Vika's ears. She wants to be an inspiration for older people in Poland who've been invisible for too long, she says. Vika is something of a celebrity these days. She's At the premiere, Vika is in the spotlight again. You'd think she'd be used to it, but it still all feels a bit strange and unfamiliar. I never would have thought I'd be this famous. I'm the star here. That's actually a bit scary. It's scary that an ordinary person could end up on stage just because I had the courage to live my life differently. At the DJ desk, though, she's in her element. Vika shows that when it comes to a good party, age is no barrier.
If you believe polio's beaten, I ask you to listen.
Public health officials haven't seen anything like it in years.
حالات جديدة من مرض شلل الأطفال.
Every 15 minutes, a child is taken ill with diphtheria.
Las zonas más afectadas por el sarampión.
All these outbreaks are occurring among unvaccinated preschool-age children.
Measles epidemic is turning into a crisis.
Polio has re-emerged.
شلل الأطفال. El sarampión.
Measles outbreak.
C'est officiel, la rougeole est massivement de retour sur le continent européen.
La poliomyélite. Poliovirus.
Measles. Diphtheria.
Diphtheria disease.
La inmunización es una de las intervenciones de salud más efectivas en toda la historia humana.
Vaccines have eradicated smallpox worldwide.
Éradication de la polio. Nous n'avons jamais été aussi près du but.
Days since the deadly earthquakes hit Turkey. 2.5 million children remain in need of humanitarian support. Prices of food and other necessities are rising, while incomes are decreasing. Without more support, 500,000 more children could fall into poverty. An estimated 1.6 million people are still living in makeshift shelters or tents in informal settlements, often without access to basic services. The response to this tragedy must match its scale. UNICEF is working on the ground with partners to reach as many children as we can. We're providing safe water, hygiene kits, and vaccines to protect children from disease. We're making sure children can access psychosocial support to help them work through what they've experienced. We have set up mobile learning centers and service hubs so that children, young people, and parents can access education and other resources. To support even more children, including the hardest to reach, we're calling on the international community to stand with us and the children and young people of Turkey. Help us restore their lives and secure their futures.
طلعت لبرا وكنت أنا ماسك كنست أمي عمو علي. طفولتنا بس الأمان أنا بطلب وعنا يكون بيت آمن.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we look systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities. They visit the markets. They talk to people. They'll talk to the imam. They'll talk to other local leaders. They'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
Recovering identity, why the return of looted cultural treasures is so key for Africa. In from the cold, turtles are being saved from hypothermia thanks to some unusual methods. And Safe Haven, a town in Bangladesh, provides refuge to those fleeing the effects of climate change. Water, water everywhere. Torrential rain, floods, rising sea levels. When it comes to the climate crisis, Bangladesh is on the front line. Just half the size of Germany, the South Asian country is home to twice as many people. Relentless flooding is forcing millions of them to flee.
Bangladesh's coastal town of Mongla is bustling with activity every morning. It's become a new home for many climate migrants. The driving force behind this migration is jobs. Across the river, giant factories in the export processing zone have created a surge in employment opportunities. 35-year-old Aklima Parveen is one of the internal migrants who left her waterlogged home 3 years ago. The single mother lived in Koira, just a few hours' drive from Mongla, and very vulnerable to natural disasters. In 2009, Cyclone Isla hit us. River erosion caused by Isla waterlogged us for 3 years. An embankment was built, but then other cyclones hit, like Amphan. It was very hard to live there. Water got into the house. Sanitation systems don't work. People are facing a food crisis there. Children can't go to school. That's why I moved to Mongla with my family. Mongla is a southwestern seaport town of disaster-prone Bangladesh. This South Asian country faces the brunt of climate change with an increasing number of cyclones hitting its coast. The World Bank predicts there'll be at least 13 million new internally displaced people here in the next 30 years. Aklima Parveen came to this town with her 15-year-old child. Many migrants head to already overcrowded and overburdened bigger cities for jobs and better social security, but Parveen chose Mongla. In my village, there were no job opportunities. Because of the export processing zone, we now have employment here. People can make a living. There's less suffering. We're much better off now. In Mongla's export processing zone, the employment opportunities have increased tenfold since 2014. Currently, more than 14,000 workers make textiles and other products for foreign markets here. It's not just the promise of jobs that pulls people here. This town, with a population of 150,000, also offers a safer environment in the face of the climate crisis. City authorities have built an 11-kilometre embankment that stretches along a newly constructed road and 2 flood control gates. So far, 700 people have found a home in this new housing project initiated by the government. There are still many homeless migrants, and more housing is needed. Many live in informal, self-built houses. Safe drinking water is also lacking because of the infiltration of salt water. The mayor tells us there are rainwater collection projects that provide water to hundreds of families and various other initiatives, but together they're still not enough. We have 2 water reservoirs on 84 acres of land. During periods when the river water is non-saline, we store water in these reservoirs. Throughout the year, we distribute this water to the residents. Presently, we can meet the water needs of 2,700 families, although the demand exceeds our current capacity. The idea is to transform Mongla into a climate-resilient and migrant-friendly town through these adaptation measures. The driving force is a local NGO with big plans. The figure of 13.3 million new migrants by 2050 is no laughing matter. Without timely attention and investment in resilience, we could be facing an alarming situation in the future. Securing funding for a project of this scale poses a challenge, but the NGO is optimistic about getting support from both local and international sources. Aklima Parveen has returned home from her early shift in the factory. She's preparing food for her child, who will soon finish high school. I want my son to get a proper education so that he has a better quality of life. Mongla has become a new home for hundreds of people like Aklima Parveen and serves, despite all challenges, as a beacon for urban adaptation to climate change.
Global cannabis sales are expected to exceed 55 billion euros this year, and they keep growing. Along with the drug's potency. Up until the 1990s, cannabis typically contained less than 2% of the active intoxicant THC. Now, depending on the strain, it can contain upwards of 20%, posing ever greater risks to health.
A cannabis bar in the heart of the legendary Khao San Road in Bangkok. Low-level grass-green lighting casts a glow on the smoky air. The bartender presents us with the menu. We have the indica and sativa varieties here with different THC levels depending on how strong you want the effect to be. Just choose and enjoy. German guests are also very impressed with the range. The selection and advice is much better than at home, where a dealer on the street could be giving you anything. You never know what you're going to get. I wouldn't go to a bar and just order alcohol. I choose exactly what I want. The allure of cannabis draws partygoers from across the globe. Weed is available on almost every corner. Legalization is often well received by tourists and has only added to Thailand's appeal.
I think it's fantastic. They legalized marijuana, cannabis in California, America. It's great that they're doing that here too.
A lot of more people are going to be spending money as well, consuming all the various marijuana products, you know.
But the term legalization can be misleading. Shops in Thailand aren't technically allowed to sell ready-made joints, for example, or weed brownies or hash cookies. Smoking weed in public is forbidden, but since no one enforces the rules, people do it anyway. Kitty Chopaka doesn't like the way things are going. She sells cannabis and accessories in the trendy Sukhumvit district and thinks advising customers is important.
These are the outdoor stuff. Have to be like, say,
the cannabis rights activist advised the last government on legalization.
Every 20 minutes.
But she's unhappy with the final outcome.
And sometimes, like, you know,
it's more of a, it sucks. I would like to see the rules that exist now enforced better, because it's not like it doesn't exist. Like, we know that edibles can be dangerous if it's not labeled and if it are sold without having proper testings and things. That's why they made it illegal. But without enforcing the shops that are selling it, people will get into, you know, possible danger.
And in the long term, some people find themselves seeking help at places like Wat Tan Krabok, a drug rehab monastery 2 hours drive north of the capital. It's become known as Thailand's vomit temple. The patients here fight their addiction the hard way. Monks mix up an unpleasant herbal drink that induces vomiting. It's given to the patients every day. The idea is to cleanse the body from the inside, but above all, to strengthen their will. People have been coming to the therapy temple for decades, but since the legalization of cannabis in Thailand, the monks have noticed a change. The number of cannabis addicts has risen significantly since legalization. Before, most of them took other drugs, but not cannabis. Now that it's freely available, they take heroin and cannabis, for example, or crystal meth and cannabis. And if they've combined the drugs, then it's much more difficult for us to treat them successfully here. The monks in the drug temple are still collecting exact numbers, so they can't give precise data, but this trend appears to be growing. Back in Bangkok, experts have documented the consequences of legalised cannabis more systematically. Rasmon Kalayasiri is head of psychiatry at the renowned university hospital. She's seen big effects after just 1 year of legalisation. More people are trying cannabis than before, taking it for the first time ever. And the proportion of young users under the age of 20 has risen in particular, from just under 1% to almost 10%, significantly more than before legalisation. The potential dangers of cannabis use include psychosis, addiction and relapse. The doctor sees only disadvantages in recreational use, but she does believe in the benefits for medical purposes, for example in pain therapy. Many of the hoped-for economic benefits have also gone up in smoke. Kitty Shapaka doesn't see a bright future either, but she's still passionate about her business.
Let's see if you like the smell. Coffee blossom instead of tobacco. Okay. There's also lavender, maybe better mix. So instead of using the tobacco milligrams.
The new government in Thailand is now even considering a ban on recreational consumption. But Kitty is still sure that legalisation is the right way to go.
That's great. Thank you. And you got to realize that not every answer is going to be a no. And if they choose to use better if you give them the proper knowledge of this is how I use it properly, this is how I should control myself, this is the amount, this is the process, and this is how I don't harm myself or others, rather than just go, no, it's bad.
An ongoing and heated debate prevails in Thailand. For weed enthusiasts, the conditions here are nothing short of paradise. But medical professionals, lawyers and concerned parents see a dangerous trend emerging.
In 2022, Germany returned some of the artworks from its museums to Nigeria. These Benin bronzes, which were looted during colonial times, are back in their place of origin. But European museums still house many cultural treasures from across the world.
People from very different walks of life with one thing in common. A prince, a fish farmer, and a gallery owner. Their cultural heritage shapes their everyday lives, and they're proud of it. The colonial rulers stole valuable cultural assets from the former Kingdom of Benin in today's Nigeria, but the loss extends beyond art. Many Nigerians deplore being robbed of their identity. Nike Okundaye grew up in a village where she felt stripped of culture and history. Today, she's an accomplished artist and textile designer who owns the largest private art collection in West Africa.
The British, they invaded Benin. And when they invaded Benin, they killed so many soldiers. And they carry so many bronze to go. And those bronze are the ones found in different museums today.
She knows the history of each piece. Passing on this knowledge to the country's young generation is something she's very passionate about.
This one is an old one. It's for them to remember their history, their background, their heritage. And a lot of the people, they don't know where they come from. But immediately they see, they will say, oh, I remember.
Returning looted cultural artefacts brings back the country's soul and identity, which is especially vital for the young. Nigeria is grappling with poverty and almost 20% youth unemployment. Other people profited from this stolen art, which is why Iyamu culture sees restitution as only the first step towards making amends. The 38-year-old fish farmer is also the chairman of a youth organisation.
past 8 years, we have been able to train women and youth. And the money that they generated through the bronze should also be given to the owner of the artifact, because our throne is our soul.
Iyamo Culture is an activist who fights for justice. He believes colonial rulers not only robbed Nigeria of its art, but also hindered its development.
To empowering of the youth and women. But before such money will come, we have to start something. And this is what we are doing already by organizing interpretive workshop, because we cannot be waiting. Because we are waiting, more problem will be created.
Insecurity and an ongoing economic crisis are weighing on Nigerians. Money is practically worthless. The naira currency is at a record low. There are fuel shortages, despite Nigeria being Africa's second largest oil-producing country. With only very few refineries, Nigeria relies on fuel imports. It's a country that's facing enormous challenges brought about or exacerbated by colonisation. For members of the Edo National Voice Youth Organisation, this underscores the importance of reclaiming the bronzes.
Those who were not privileged, so to see how our artifacts were looted. Now, when in the returns of the artifact, we now have to tell them the real history of how it happened. This artifact you're seeing, this was how it came about.
There are plans to build a new museum in Benin City. The 20 bronzes returned from Germany will also be housed here. A few kilometres away lies the historic royal site where in the colonial era, the British plundered the bronzes and other treasures and sold them worldwide. Collins Arnadin and Iyamo Culture make frequent visits to the palace complex, engaging in discussions about their shared concerns and garnering support for their demand for reparations.
For the activist, you can decide to be an activist when you see that something is going wrong, which is more or less an injustice.
Along with restitution, there are calls for monetary compensation for the art theft. But there have been no negotiations on the matter so far, and whether there ever will be is uncertain. Here in Benin City, bronzes can be found everywhere, and the ancient craft of bronze casting is still practiced. The bronzes are also spiritual companions. Prince Tony Ogivi, a member of the royal family, holds regular ceremonies in his temple. He makes contact with the royal ancestors.
I was chosen by the gods. Benin, the Benin people, we believe in tradition. The Benin people own tradition. So I don't know, it's a big question that I would like everybody all over the world to come here, because I don't know what is happening, for the Almighty God to choose this place.
If we don't know what our ancestors achieved, we lack inspiration for the future, he says. In the midst of political and economic turmoil, Nigeria is also mired in a long and slow battle for justice. The smallest of movements, a tiny lift of the head or a slight twitch of the flipper or the eye. Sometimes it's very difficult to tell that these turtles are alive and whether they will survive.
It's important that we treat every turtle as if it's alive, and we treat it with respect and handle it with care.
Okay, so I won't go too high. I just get so warm inside knowing that I'm helping in everything we can to not let them get extinct.
Unfortunately, the turtles are in this position because of the actions that we've done, so I felt really drawn to helping these animals.
This is where they wash up, Massachusetts on the east coast of the US. The average sea temperature around the Cape Cod Peninsula is below 4 degrees Celsius in winter, too cold for the turtles that stray into the bay and freeze in the water. Sasha Milski takes me along on her patrol. Where the turtles end up depends on the wind and current.
I mean, sometimes I like to say that we're turtle EMTs. We're out collecting these turtles and trying to protect them and keep them alive. If we didn't do this mission, then about 900 sea turtles would die every year stranded on Cape Cod shores. So,
a network of volunteers patrols the beach. The turtles can wash up anywhere along a 100-kilometre stretch of coastline, depending on the wind direction and other factors. This morning, the volunteers are searching around 30 kilometres of beach. If they find turtles, they call Sasha.
okay, great. So there should be 3 turtles that we are looking for. Is that correct? Besides the one at the end here. Yep. Okay.
To save as many animals as possible from the cold as quickly as possible, Sasha has her sled with her. She takes new turtles to the car, one after the other. It's warmer and more sheltered there than on the beach.
How is the turtle doing?
So these turtles are in a state of cold stunning is what we call it, when they essentially, their body temperature drops so low that they're reaching a state of like what we would understand as hypothermia.
Sasha takes the turtles to a sanctuary by car. They've found 25 animals today. Together with her team, she examines the turtles, measuring, weighing and documenting wounds. Some are so stiff that it's difficult to tell if they're still alive.
Some days it can be really, really overwhelming. Some days it's like we're getting a turtle every 1 minute. I mean, the other day we had 88 turtles come in one day.
Many of the turtles are in a life-threatening condition. They urgently need medicine, which they get here at the Turtle Hospital near Boston. When the animals arrive, the helpers have to quickly triage which turtles need help immediately and which ones can wait.
Well, every second minute counts for the turtles, so it can be, very, very stressful.
Adam Kennedy, who runs the hospital, is measuring the heartbeat of his new patient. Normally it's about 35 beats per minute.
So it had a heart rate of 11, which is slow, but not as slow as sometimes what we'll see. A lot of times when they come in, they have heart rates of 1 or 2 beats per minute.
Sasha and the volunteers on the beach see themselves as first responders and Adam's team as an emergency room. The animals are given a patient number and patient file, a treatment plan and regular checkups.
All right, let's take a look at the mouth, cutie. 1, 2.
The doctors can detect pneumonia on X-rays. This turtle has a broken shell, caused by a motorboat, they suspect. Turtles were first found on the beaches of Cape Cod in the 1970s. There are now several hundred, and in just under 10 years there could be several thousand. One reason for the rising numbers is that more turtles are hatching due to successful conservation initiatives. Climate change is likely another, says Adam.
And really, the big factor there is the fact that the Gulf of Maine is a lot warmer than it had been. The Gulf of Maine is right here. It's usually a very cold body of water. So turtles that normally would be out in the Gulf Stream would be forced to head south. But with the warming, allows the turtles to kind of come straight into Cape Cod, where during the summer it's great for them, but then winter comes and there's nowhere for them to go.
The hook-shaped Bay of Cape Cod is not the only place where turtle strandings take place. But it's enough to fill the clinic here in winter. To make room in the tanks, the animals leave when they're fit enough to be transported. Pilots like Ed make sure of that. But isn't it contradictory to be transporting turtles threatened by climate change by air?
Turtles, they're very, very sick, and if you put them in vans and trucks where it's harder to control the climate on a very slow move, you have to stop for fuel. The turtles, he said, they will die. It's too slow.
Ed is actually a dentist. He flies the turtles in his spare time for a volunteer organisation to aquariums around the country and to places they can be released into the wild. He tells me he's not sure if climate change is human-induced. but he wants to do right by the animals in any case.
I think it's our obligation as guests on this planet. We're here for such a short time, each one of us. It's our obligation to do as little harm as possible and help other species that can't help themselves.
According to the US weather and marine authorities, preventing turtles from washing up in the cold isn't possible, but preventing their extinction is. This network of first responders, aquariums and volunteers like Ed are certainly doing their bit.
Isihni hadiktahan di Hairut. Dumay nadayat ulaksugeni ho naday katiki dam hudaksune pagi garadaksune dayu hili asitaksune. Awai amrit ni hakki waiti gairaji ni hakki waiti fakinna saat min nalgina hinde. Fakkani hannan saata isihni geddah gina.
Oh, I cannot put into words exactly how you will feel when you enter a jail. And when you go inside, you see them. They are packed like sardines inside these cells. It's really not humane. It goes down to the basic level of these people, whether they're convicted or not, they are still human beings. You cannot stop treating them like human beings.
I sleep in a dormitory, 200 people in one line. The dormitory is crowded. It's very uncomfortable for us. I was constantly having insomnia.
The average is 300% overcrowding, but in some facilities it goes to 1,000%. So there are 10 times more people than what are supposed to be in that specific facility.
This living condition of TDL is important while they are staying here inside. This will affect their behavior, this will affect their development while in our custody. Because I will just borrow these thoughts from Fyodor Dostoevsky that the degree of civilization can be judged by entering its prison.
The very basic human needs that should be available to anyone outside jail, it's an entirely different world inside the jail. It's like you're no longer human.
Because of the previous insurgency that happened in Marawi, the old jail was destroyed. The new facility is now built. Rules follow. One of the most important aspects is the human rights. So what you should find outside of this jail facility should also be here. The only thing that the PDL should be deprived of is their liberty. You will see that this facility has enough space, living space that they should have, and then they have access to education, access to library.
These are not the real ills. We can provide medicines, we can provide doctors, but people will still keep on being admitted into jail. So the root cause of the problem is not that. That is not the problem. That's just one of the effects.
It is not about building infrastructure. It's really about changing the system, having less people incarcerated for minor offenses, having people also released more quickly, having alternatives to incarcerations, so using the system for treatment or rehabilitation, using the health system for people who use drugs and maybe are not connected with trafficking or these different type of crimes. For a very small quantity of methamphetamines that maybe worth, I don't know, $5 on the market, you're putting somebody in jail for up to 12 years. You can see how, from an economic point of view, that doesn't make any sense. On the other hand, you're taking away resources from addressing the syndicate or the organized criminal group that are really profiting from this.
I have to go and visit the female jails because I want to see how they are being treated. And you know, every single time I cry seeing how they are. These are mothers, these are daughters, these are wives who are there, and I relate to them. I try to tell them, do not lose hope, because there are people outside who are going to try to make things better for you.
I have 4 kids, and I miss the most is the quality time of my kids when I am there with them outside.
UNODC brings to the Philippine government the expertise or the experience of other countries. It has been, I think, very significant in supporting the Philippine government and prison reform.
We have a series of meetings with the judges in Marawi City, and they committed to put a court here. So expediting the hearing of the cases will mean that the cases will be solved faster, and then release will also become faster.
One day, my Lord will reward me for my deeds. Even not in this jail, even outside when I get released.
When I get out here, I want to start a new life with my kids, and I want to go back to my work.
Siyempre, masaya ako. Pero marami pa rin mas may edad sa akin na nakakulong pa rin dyan. 75, 76. Okay lang po. Kasi dito, lugar namin ito eh.
That experience of encountering Toto was very heartwarming, but at the same time also heartbreaking. Because here you have a 70-year-old Filipino released from prison. Although he is free, he is alone. But that's not the end of the story. I think the end of the story should be that he lives the rest of his life peacefully and comfortably.
Among people aged 20 to 24 years old, for every 1 male infection, there are more than 2 female infections.
Je suis infectée par le virus du VIH-Sida par
Depuis ma naissance,
Pero en ese tiempo no habían tampoco médicos, enfermeras capacitadas y entrenadas para atender o dar el diagnóstico de una persona seropositiva.
There are many populations that are being left behind. Men who have sex with men, transgender women, sex workers, but also migrants, indigenous communities, and Afro-descendants in Latin America, who are showing, in many contexts, higher prevalence than those of general populations.
Gender inequality and gender-based violence have left women in Central African Republic more vulnerable to HIV.
We know that to leave no one behind, we need to follow the science, we need to follow rights protections, and we need to have the political will to invest in prevention and services for those who need it the most.
instant yooyu moom géej gi instant yi daa kaayoo quoi waaw mais bu ñu demee moom jàpp nañ tuuti rek ay walaar waaw mais bi ma ñëwee 1000 francs laa naru quoi.
far nag foofu la 14e jour bu mu kii rek gars yi commencé foofu la gars yi commencé di dee kenn kenn am nañu lu mot 30 combien 34 personnes ñi nga xam ne dee nañu ci gaal bi.
waaw xam nga bu njëkk bi dama doon liggéey fii dama doon foraatu may foraatu bu ma ñëwee fii léeg-léeg damay xool di jën mais par la suite laa dem ba ma xam Agri Jeunes foofu la ma jëlee nag mu yóbbu ma Bignona ma dem formation de 15 jours mais dañ ma formé ci agroalimentaire comme que wàllu lekk la te ñu ne biir dafa sensible léegi lekk noo ko mënee defaral noo ko mënee protéger ba nit mën kaa lekk bu njëkk bi lu ma mënutoon a def maa ngi koy def parce que fu mu nee ni sama jëkkër dama koy jàppale ci dépense dama koy jàppale ci lekk xale yi dama koy jàppale tamit ci inscription xale yi.
Le projet, je me parviens à avoir 1,8 million jusqu'à 2 millions par an. J'ai gagné pour nourrir ma famille. C'est là où j'ai inscrit mes enfants à l'école.
Grâce à Agri Jeunes, on a pu entreprendre dans notre territoire et rester ici à notre territoire en croyant en lendemain meilleur. Un jour viendra, on sera de grands entrepreneurs agricoles ici dans notre territoire.
My company is a woman-owned company. We have developed an innovative solar drying technology. With this innovation, we try to avoid food waste on the farm. I'm Elizabeth Cortez, founder and CEO of CREIDB. I'm a chemical engineer and I had a doctorate. I am a scientist. In Mexico, 30% of the food production is wasted on the farm. We decided to mix our technology knowledge and our Mexican cuisine to address this problem. We produce several products, especially formulated to improve the consumer's diet, to reduce the consumption of sugar, fat, and sodium. We have developed bee honey with different flavors, seasoned sea salt, snacks with dehydrated fruits and vegetables, We are a sustainable company with sustainable and healthy products. We are a woman-owned company. They didn't consider a woman could be a leader, could be a scientist, but we learn how to survive to these problems. We started to work with Mexican farmers. They produce their own fruits and vegetables in their backyards, very ecological, organic. It's very, very important to consider in the supply chain. Our technology works with the most powerful energy in the world, solar energy. The air inside is hot. We put fresh product inside. We select the correct conditions for humidity, temperature in our system control. After this, we open the structure and we obtain the dehydrated food product. We didn't use any additive. The process is very specialized to maintain the color, taste, and aroma and nutrients for each fruit and vegetable. We have 3 patents and 3 trademarks. Our technology is specially designed to be portable, efficient, and sustainable. You can use it on the farm. You reduce the weight of the fresh product 90%, so you can reduce also the cost related to the transportation, pollution in general. Here in Yucatan, I have the support to develop the company, to develop the technology too. And I have the inspiration of the Mayan culture because they use the solar energy. You can see the sun is very important in the city. And the Mayan culture is part of the flavors in our food products. We buy the sisal from small producers here in Yucatan. With our process, we obtain several flavors related to the dishes typical here in Yucatan. All the 4 flavors have habanero chili, typical spice and fruit here in Yucatan, and we have several spices and condiments related to traditional cuisine. We here have natural bee honey. We combine fruits and vegetables dehydrated. We produce flavor for each honey. She-Trades has supported us in several parts of the process. We receive the support to update the brand, to update the products, and also to consider to export our products. We have participated in several trade fairs here in Yucatan, also in Mexico. Now we are preparing all the material to participate in other fairs in the world. We are ready to export and we are obtaining the certifications to the new markets. We would like to enter to the European market and also the Arabic market. We are scientists, we are businesswomen, we are leaders too. We'll be very happy if we can inspire other women to start a company, to make a movement in a positive way, to have a change in the world.
I'm Elaine Reyes at the United Nations headquarters in New York, and this is UN Insider.
Coming up, UN officials conclude an internal investigation into the role aid workers may have played in the October 7th attacks on Israel. A look at the findings and what it means for the relief agency working to help Palestinians in Gaza.
When famine happens, it means we are too late. It means we did not do enough. It means we, the international community, have failed.
Urgent pleas for access getting aid to Sudan as the country faces unprecedented humanitarian challenges. And meet the creator of an app helping farmers weather the climate crisis in West Africa. Next.
The Middle East could be on the verge of a full-scale regional conflict. A series of violent exchanges, in addition to the killings of a key Hezbollah figure and Hamas's political leader, inflamed already roiling tensions. Iran threatened retaliation, and Israel announced it was engaged in a multi-front war. And now diplomats here at the UN are trying to pull things back from the brink.
I would like to make a special appeal to the international community to make a concerted effort to promote a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible, to ease tensions in the region as soon as possible, and to spare no effort in preventing further escalation of the conflict and confrontations which could lead to even greater casualties and catastrophe.
The international community, the world, has to answer the question of how much human suffering can be tolerated in the name of security. How many children have to be orphaned? How many elderly need to die? How many children need to be deprived of their childhood? How many civilians have to pay the ultimate price for it? The international community must help finding a path to peace and coexistence between peoples to avoid war, conflict, and generated suffering.
10 months of fighting have taken a devastating toll on Gaza. According to the Palestinian Territory's health ministry, more than 39,000 people have died. Most of the population has been displaced at least once, and ongoing challenges for aid operations have led to a dire humanitarian situation. China recently donated $3 million to the United Nations Palestinian Relief Agency. The money will be used to provide humanitarian aid for the Gaza Strip. To date, the agency has received more than half of the $3.4 billion needed to meet the most critical needs in the enclave. From the Security Council to the briefing room and beyond, Shudaja is monitoring the latest developments inside the UN. Deja.
Yes, Elaine. August is a traditional vacation time for diplomats here. But just like what we called news dump, it's also a good timing for agencies to release reports or bad news to avoid media scrutiny. And this week, UN dropped a big one. OIOS report on the possible participation of UNRWA staff members in October 7th attack.
The Office of Internal Oversight Services has completed its investigation into 19 area staff members of the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, regarding allegations of their involvement in the armed attacks of the 7th of October 2023 in southern Israel.
If you followed our segment, you'll remember that in January, UNRWA, the Palestinian Refugee Agency, issued a public statement disclosing that the agency had received from Israeli authorities allegations of the involvement of some UNRWA staff members in Gaza in the October 7th attack.
The Secretary General is horrified by this news and asked Mr. Lazzarini to investigate this matter swiftly and to ensure that any UNRWA employee shown to have participated or abetted in what transpired on October 7th or in any other criminal activity be terminated immediately and referred for potential criminal prosecution.
So, after the accusation, UN started two parallel investigations. One led by former French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna on the institutional performances. The report was released publicly on April 22nd. And here was what Madame Colonna had to say about the integrity of UNRWA. can you just give us an idea how big of the problem is, you think? Do you think it's a systematic problem?
The problem is serious enough for the Secretary General to have initiated this review. So it is an existing issue, absolutely. Now, we've, at the beginning, and including at the beginning of this briefing, stressed the fact that the set of rules, the mechanisms in place, the procedures in place are probably, I said probably, but I'm sure I could say are the most elaborate within the UN system, precisely because it's such a difficult issue to work in such a complex and sensitive environment. Now, what needs to be improved will be improved. And I repeat, I'm confident that implementing these measures will help Iran delivering on its mandate.
The other investigation is the one we have this week, OIOS Office of Internal Oversight Service report. Sadly, this report is not for public, so we cannot read the whole report. Since the conclusion is that 9 UNRWA staff members may have engaged in conduct sanctionable under the applicable UNRWA regulations and rules, we were wondering what information OIOS has used to make this decision.
Visits to Israel for discussions with Israeli officials and to receive and review information held by Israeli authorities. Visits to Amman to obtain and review information held by UNRWA relevant to the investigation, including on UNRWA staff and on UNRWA operations. Review of information and communications technology data, including email records and information on UNRWA vehicles. Review of information received from various other sources, including that released through the media and other public sources. And communications with several member states to obtain any additional information relevant to the investigation.
And why may?
Since information used by Israeli authority officials to support the allegations have remained in Israeli custody, OIOS was not able to independently authenticate most of the information provided to it.
OIOS is not responsible for deciding what action will be taken once the investigation has concluded. And now, the OIOS investigation has been concluded. Any further actions? Further action on this report, on this investigation, because you said it's been already concluded.
The OIOS investigation has been concluded. There may be further action taken, and we'll need to see how that is done.
Following the report, obviously Israeli ambassador to the UN, Mr. Gilad Erdan, criticized it too little, too late, and suggested that there were more cases. And here is the response from the UN. He said, and I quote, "The investigation ignored that thousands of agency employees involved in Hamas terrorism and the extent of their involvement. Israel has provided the UN with precise details of over 100 UNRWA employees who are members of the terrorist organizations Hamas." We didn't hear that much. We know that there are 19 people who are under investigation. What about the numbers here? Thousands of employees, 100 names.
What I can tell you is that if we are to get precise information, as the ambassador suggested, we will follow up on it. So we are willing to look into any precise information that is provided by Israel or any other authorities. If we do not have that, then there's nothing to follow up on.
Now, the thing is, Hamas was the de facto authority in Gaza. It's impossible for UNRWA to not have connection with Hamas to operate inside Gaza. It's just like what UN did in northwest Syria. And there are over 13,000 staff members of UNRWA in Gaza. 9 out of 13,000? Does that mean UNRWA is what Israeli Knesset called a terrorist group or collaborator with Hamas? Well, you draw the conclusion. And by the way, almost 200 UNRWA staff members were killed since October 7th. Well, at least with all 15 major donors that suspended funding after the accusation, 14 have resumed their fundings. US is the only one left. And that's all from me. Elaine.
Shudaja, thanks. In Sudan, more than 25 million people face acute hunger. That's more than half the country's population. Starvation and disease are taking a deadly toll. The World Food Program is boosting operations across the country, focusing on people facing emergency and catastrophic levels of hunger. Getting aid into the country has been challenging. Heavy rains have flooded the only routes aid workers have access to between eastern Chad and Darfur.
We need rapid, safe, unimpeded humanitarian access across Sudan through all possible routes. Given the massive hunger crisis unfolding in North Darfur and other parts of the country, we need to reach people now across borders, across battle lines, by air, by land.
An armed conflict has raged in the East African nation for more than a year, and there are also allegations of war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity, particularly in the Darfur region.
The conflict in Sudan has lasted for 16 months. Every day the fighting continues. Civilian casualties and suffering will increase. China has always advocated that political settlement is the only viable way to calm the conflict and restore peace.
Let's take a look at some of the other issues on the UN's agenda.
Until there's peace, we need to increase the level of humanitarian assistance and focus especially on livelihoods.
The humanitarian response to Syria is facing a significant funding gap. UN officials say they've received roughly 20% of the funds needed for the year. Without increased funding, people living in hundreds of camps could lose water and sanitation services by September. Calls for a peaceful and orderly transition in Bangladesh. The Prime Minister resigned and Parliament was dissolved amid nationwide protests. Weeks of unrest resulted in hundreds being killed and thousands injured. The UN says an independent, impartial, and transparent investigation is needed to help rebuild trust.
In recent months, regardless of the season, many countries have experienced surges of COVID-19, including at the Olympics.
The World Health Organization says COVID-19 is making a comeback. A surge of infections has been registered in the Americas, Europe, and the Western Pacific. Officials fear new variants could be on the horizon, ones that are undetectable and unresponsive to medical intervention.
Coming up,
people are dying because, some states and companies are taking away their lands and territories.
UN Insider.
Indigenous people account for just over 6% of the global population. There are an estimated 476 million indigenous people spread across 90 countries. There are more than 5,000 distinct groups that may identify as indigenous people. Every year, the UN marks World Indigenous Peoples Day on August 9th. The aim is to highlight the knowledge, cultural heritage, and traditions of indigenous people, while acknowledging the ongoing struggles to preserve their rights as distinct groups. I sat down with Miriam Masakiza, a senior social affairs officer at the United Nations, who has worked on indigenous issues for nearly 20 years. Miriam, thank you so much for joining us. What are some of the biggest and most urgent issues for indigenous people around the world?
It's different from region to region, country to country, even between communities. But most of the issues that we have heard here at the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues are land issues, territories, natural resources. People are dying because, some states and companies are taking away their lands and territories. They unfortunately don't have the proper access to services, especially education, health. Those are not culturally appropriated. And recently, very sadly, they are migrating not only to the cities, but to different countries. Indigenous peoples also are frequently killed sometimes. They are persecuted because they are defending their territories. So that's also very, very unfortunate. For indigenous women, for example, also is very sad to see that because of these national companies are going into their territories, many issues like violence against indigenous women, trafficking, also are affecting most of them.
You mentioned migration. We're seeing more and more urban indigenous. Can you tell us a little bit about their move into cities and the specific challenges they face?
I think number one would be, as any individual, they would like to have, economic income, but this is related to the lack of opportunities in their own countries. So that's number one, that is, pushing them out of their lands and territories. And once they are in these big cities, they confront the discrimination, marginalizations. They are living not around the services that usually there are in the cities, but also they confront the loss of their languages.
One of the biggest issues of our time, of course, is climate change. What has been the impact of climate change on indigenous communities, especially those with a lot of natural resources?
Indigenous peoples, they count around 476 million in some 90 countries. And they take care of around 80% of the most diverse places in the world. But they still protecting, they are, keeping all the environment as it is. And we can see a climate crisis that is not only affecting indigenous peoples, but also the entire humanity. And they didn't contribute to that. So in this case, because they depend so much on their lands, territories, they are suffering more and more. Because when these companies enter into their homes, they are pushed away, and they don't have a place where to go.
When you look across your work at the UN over the years and as a Quechua woman, what do you hope to accomplish, and what are your goals for indigenous peoples?
When I came to the United Nations, and my hope was, of course, to learn what specifically this big institution was doing for indigenous peoples, but also for the humanity, and especially how we are trying to find the ways to live together, because we have only one planet. I am very glad that at the United Nations, many milestones has been achieved by indigenous peoples. Number one is the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. The second one, I would say, is the outcome document of the World Conference on Indigenous Peoples. And of course, because of that also, there was an emergency of indigenous languages. So in 2016, we had an expert group meeting that led member states to think about an international year of indigenous languages. And now we are in a decade of indigenous languages. So those, I would say, huge decisions adopted by the General Assembly show that at international level, indigenous peoples became a key actor.
Marian Masakisa, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
The UN has declared 2022 to 2032 the Decade of Indigenous Languages, to draw attention to the importance of linguistic diversity. In the U.S., many Indigenous communities struggle to pass their languages on to the younger generations, the result of decades of forced assimilation in government-run boarding schools.
Across North America, the remains of thousands of missing Indigenous children have been found near the old grounds of boarding schools, like this one in Rapid City.
So today we are acknowledging the painful and often ignored history of boarding schools and residential schools. It's often excluded from history books, from curriculums, like people just don't learn about it. You don't hear about residential schools and boarding schools when you learn about U.S. history. And as a Native American person or an Indigenous person, it's been part of our lives. The shoes signify or represent the kids. Kids as young as 3 years old went into boarding schools, all the way through 18 years old. It's just really a visual representation. It's something for people to look at and to connect with the kids that you see now. It's just a way of visualizing that loss. The intention of boarding schools was to kill the Indian and save the man. It was deliberately meant to strip people of culture, of language, and it was meant to assimilate people into American culture. It was meant to detach people from their cultural identities, from their tribal communities, from their homelands. And that's why we are working so hard now to start unpacking those layers of what it's done, the effects it's had, and how we still feel those effects today.
You see when you're growing up there, so much cruelty, and the nuns were like authoritarians. I had a cousin, they caught her and they just whipped her till you couldn't even count the number of times she was hit. You see a lot of things, I seen a priest, all the kids would be sent up there and he would grab certain ones and put them on his lap. And you would see him, but you would be touching him, And I always thought about that. I always thought about those little girls, and I don't know, I guess there was something in my brain that to protect, because I never ever went around him.
Roberta Kofi survived her boarding school. Some of her family members were not as lucky.
Could be diseases, we don't know. Could have been beat to death, don't know, Could have just been outright murder, don't know that either, All we know is that it did happen, And now it's coming to light, and I knew nothing about my culture, nothing. Because it's just like they took your mind. They didn't only just take your mind, but they took your soul too. We weren't able to practice our religion. We weren't able to practice this way of life.
Roberta's great aunt died when they were teenagers at the school.
They didn't come until about 3 months after they were buried and told them that they had passed away. So, things like that happen, that you would lose your kids and they would bury them. You wouldn't even know about it. It's a process and it's a long walk, I'm still not okay with it. I still get mad over my mom and the things done to our Native people. It just breaks your heart, But it's all coming out now, Secrets can't be buried forever.
UN Insider.
Whether it's about your education, the home you live in, or the items you buy, your money has a story to tell. Because every business story is a human story. Global Business.
UN officials say technology and innovation will play a key role in the next agriculture revolution. Part of that includes rethinking the tools farmers use to better adapt to changing weather patterns. Sean Calebs introduces us to the creator of a mobile phone app that helps farmers in sub-Saharan Africa with sustainable food production.
Nigeria relies almost exclusively on rainfall for agriculture. This leaves the country's farmers vulnerable to land degradation. Low crop yields affect not only the farmers, but also 70% of the Nigerian population.
The major challenge I've discovered for small-scale farmers in Nigeria has been irrigation and then poor inputs. Climate change is something that very, very unpredictable. And so poor reservoir facilities that could reserve water during the excess rain, and then also ability to recharge the farm during the drought. So lack of that knowledge, which are some of those things we are trying to bridge at Food Data, educating them appropriately, and also making available facilities that would help them. I want to welcome you all once again, and also apologize for the weather. One of the things that we'll be mentioning on the mitigating the effect of climate to avoid some of the challenges we had last year and then early this year with rain. So I don't know, are there any challenges we have with climate or issues that anyone wants to mention?
We have many challenges about climate. The rain is not start earlier. We farmers, we are request or appeal for irrigation, so that our crop and others will do better.
We've created an application that would help inform decision making. And one of the things we also look to get, which our extension agents will be using information on your planting, your timing, and then your weather and your seeds that were used. Because this will help us inform better decision on what to do and how to attend to you on that. Great farmer, no farmer, no nation.
Amos is traveling with his team to visit another group of farmers. While reviewing data, they realized the farmers didn't know much about climate change or existing solutions to the issues affecting their crops. They created an app that collects information from farmers, but also gives them access to alternatives to address some of the challenges they are facing.
We discovered that one of the challenges with smallholder farmers in Nigeria is data. Now, there is inadequate of data to inform decision making. We took our statistics to find out what they know, and we discover they know little or nothing about some of the recent developments in the modern farming or smart agriculture. The app is one major solution in the data collection. So using this data that we collect in the community, even from the farmers and lawyers, we forecast and predict future occurrences, what is to be and what is not to, and make viable decisions and suggestions and counsel that will help farmers.
I'm Elaine Reyes at UN headquarters in New York. Thanks for being a UN Insider.
where girls and women have equal access to quality STEM education.
I want to see a Nigeria where women are involved in all peace processes.
We want a world where women and girls with disabilities can participate actively in the decision-making processes.
Have to constantly listen to women and to hear what they say, and from there build out the solutions.
Welcome to the SDG Roundtable. My name is Anne-Marie, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Nations Office for Partnerships. In today's dialogue, we'll be sharing the results of the first ever We the Women Global Survey as part of our Women Rise for All initiative on women's leadership. We're in the second half of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are facing multiple crises, from conflict to climate crisis and gender inequality. This September, the United Nations will host the Summit of the Future. There is no better time to ask women around the world what are their priorities and expectations from world leaders and themselves to shape the future. I am joined today by Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Sima Bahous, the Executive Director of UN Women, and joining us online will be Svenja Schulze, Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, Gabriella Gay, founder of the Erline Bradshaw Foundation, Angela Polinsky, UN volunteer for the We the Women campaign, and Alice Harding Shackelford, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Honduras. I'd like to first of all say, DSG, thank you so much for convening us. Women from 185 countries responded to our survey. Before we delve deeper into the results, as a champion for women's leadership, why are women's voices so important right now?
Incredible, and thank you for having me, and a big thank you to all those who participated in the survey and really gave us insights that many of those issues were a surprise to some of us. But to go back to your question, Anne-Marie, really the importance of ours is about our agency, it's about our rights, it's about leadership, it's about justice and inclusion. And in all of those issues, you can unpack them and speak to them over years, but they are framed in the SDGs, they are framed in many instruments that we have that protect women's rights. And what we really have to get on with is to implement them. And as I looked at this opening video, I thought what was positive about it was that women were positive about it. And so therefore our leadership, our advocacy, our voice is really important around these issues.
Thank you, DSG. Before we go further, let's hear a message from Minister Schulze from Germany.
Last year, I joined my friends Amina Mohammed and Sima Bahous to launch #WeTheWomen to encourage other women and girls to serve as role models and leaders, to shine a light on women's stories. #WeTheWomen is about our collective commitment to empowering women. It is about our commitment to unlocking the potential of every girl to improve life for herself and her community. #WeTheWomen promotes a culture of sisterhood, celebrating the achievements of women who came before us and reminding us to open the door for the young women who will come after us. And I'm deeply impressed by how many women participate in the #WeTheWomen Global Survey, over 25,000 from 185 countries. 85% of the participants consider themselves to be women's rights advocates. 60% think that women will be better represented in leadership positions in the country within the next decade. And these numbers hold so much power. They show women around the world are calling for change, but they are also ready and willing to act, to fight for equal rights, resources and representation. And that is an inspiring call to action for all of us. And I will continue to work hard together with Amina, Seema, and all my sisters at #WeTheWomen to answer this call to improve women's rights and gender equality. The findings of the survey will be crucial in helping us further refine our German feminist development policy agenda, which I presented last year. It is a cornerstone of our international support of partner countries. And I want to thank Amina Mohamed and Seema Bahous and everyone who supports #WeTheWomen.
Thank you, Minister. And now let's get into the data. The Sustainable Development Goals are our North Star for peace and prosperity. Women responding to the survey put as their top 3 global goals SDG 3 on good health, SDG 4 on quality education, and SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. DSG, Executive Director, what does this tell you?
Well, I think those 3 goals did surprise me. I was expecting to see goal 5 in one of them, but I think that is understood as that cross-cutting for everything. But today, these are also the 3 goals that are being rolled back. We don't see the progress that we would like to see with access to health. And in particular, when we talk about from head to toe, it is also mental health, physical health, and within contexts. We don't look at the demographics, so health for a young woman is different for health for older people, and I think we've tended to put the whole in one health system, but we need specificity to that where women are concerned, and young people as well. And education, big, huge revolution happening in the transformation of education. How is the digital world going to come together in this clash of very different ways of imparting knowledge? And I would imagine that that's a big concern for people not to be excluded in this next era of the digital.
Seema, anything to add on anything that surprised you on this?
First of all, thank you very much, and thank you, DSG and Minister Schulze, for your leadership. And what I want to say is that we really need to get a closer look at the survey, because it did have many good takeaways for us on how women feel around the world. And I think 3 big takeaways I took from the survey. One is that women are realistic. They see the problems, they see the challenges, if we want to call them, and they see themselves as part and parcel of putting the solutions together. This is one thing that I take from it. The other thing I take is that women are and remain optimistic. And when women remain optimistic, it means that all these challenges that they have highlighted, the health, the education, even peace and security, also issues of climate, issues of inequalities, issues of unemployment, economic poverty, and so on and so forth, they know that these are surmountable, and they know that they will have a role to play in surmounting these challenges, and they know that they have unique and powerful ways of looking at these challenges and of helping to solve them. And the third thing that I take from this major survey is that women can lead, and they want to lead, and they know that they want to be part and parcel of the decision making. They want to be also part and parcel of accountability on helping all of us solve these problems. So basically, we need to be accountable to those women in helping them realize their dreams, in helping put the SDGs back on track, and in helping local leadership, global leadership of women. We've heard them say that they want to be at the table, they want to be in the decision making, they want to be included, and they are ready to deliver on that.
I love what you just said, and of the women can and want to lead, and the data showed us that the respondents said 85% consider themselves women's rights advocates, like taking that one step further. For you, what does that say about women's leadership, taking that to the next level, and what is it that we can do more to support women who are ready to take that step?
Women and women organizations want to be and know how they can be their own advocates and the advocates of their own rights and their own drives towards equality worldwide. And basically our role in all this is to be able, as I said earlier, to push forward with them, to push against the pushback that is happening, to push forward for what we believe needs to be done for them, to keep the way open for them. For example, legal issues, they need to be helpful to them, discrimination against them, violence against them. We need to work with these women, with these leaders, to be able to ensure that these women get what they want and are on the path that they want for themselves, their children, their communities, and also their countries and the world.
Thank you so much, Executive Director. And now I'm going to turn to our guests online. First to Angela. Angela, you were one of the more than 400 online UN volunteers that supported the first phase of the We the Women campaign and helped us share the survey widely. First of all, thank you for your help. And we are very excited to hear a little bit more about your experience and why was it important for you to be involved in the We the Women campaign?
Of course. First, thank you so much for this opportunity to work on the campaign and then also to speak in this forum right now. My involvement started upon learning about the We the Women campaign a few months ago, and its mission resonated so deeply with me that I wanted to get involved in absolutely any way that I could. By inviting women from diverse backgrounds to contribute their ideas and perspectives, the campaign not only amplifies their voices, but also fosters a sense of collective ownership over the global challenges that we face. I and the volunteers in my cohort were charged with disseminating the survey to make sure it reached as many women as possible. With over 400 volunteers across the world, the respondent pool was deeply diverse. In my respondent pool alone, participants varied considerably in age, ethnicity, socioeconomic background, education level, marital status, parental status, career level, and other factors. The respondents to the survey were overwhelmingly enthusiastic to participate. They commented to me that they rarely had an opportunity in their day-to-day lives to opine on these macro issues or reflect on their experiences as women. They had opinions, but they didn't know how to share them. They expressed deep gratitude that the United Nations created a platform like this for them to express their worldviews and have their voices heard. This task was deeply rewarding to me and reminded me of the strength of our communities of women to come together and support and advocate for each other. Thank you so much again for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that's exactly what we wanted to do, was not to have questions where we ticked a box, but after the question, more thought, more dialogue, more conversations, because these are critical issues. These are not your same old issues, but they are in a different context. And so people are really struggling, particularly after COVID, to have that space to really think about this. And so fantastic, thank you.
Thanks so much, Angela. And alongside the survey, one of the ideas that the DSG talked with us about was, again, to delve deeper, that the survey doesn't tell the whole story. And could we start to bring women together intergenerationally? And so we've been holding intergenerational dialogues in countries around the world to discuss some of these key issues a little bit more in depth. Gabrielle, you're an education activist from Barbados, and you recently participated in one of the We the Women intergenerational dialogues to discuss these kinds of challenges women are facing and their priorities for the future. The survey showed that climate change is one of the major concerns. 86% of women say they are affected by climate change or think they will be affected by climate change in the next decade. How does this resonate with you and your work, and how did you find that intergenerational dialogue that was held in Barbados? Gabrielle?
It is such a privilege to be here in this room with such incredible women. In small island developing states, the U.S. Agency for International Development also noted that these climate disruptions over time lead to poverty and migration for women and girls across and in the near future. But never fear, part of our solution was, our discussion, was the need and the propensity for great solutions and adaptation and mitigation in this regard. So what we really discussed was that combining Sustainable Development Goals number 4, which is quality education for all, and Sustainable Development Goal number 13, which is climate action, we can amalgamate and join education, awareness, and positive climate action for change by things such as climate literacy and climate justice programs that are aimed specifically at women and girls, of which we do also at the Ernie Bradshaw Foundation, and projects such as the Caribbean Climate Justice Project and more. And then also enhanced dialogue. So, really engaging with segments such as this and having data with surveys such as the We the Women surveys, and then including and partnering with academic and institutions, NGOs, CSOs for increased anecdotal and academic research. And then finally, increased collaboration overall, but then also funding, because the economic disparity must be closed as well to then facilitate increased climate education and climate action initiatives so that we then create intergenerational climate crisis solutions for our women and girls, not just now, but for the future.
Gabrielle, that resonates so much with all of us. And Alice, as the UN Resident Coordinator in Honduras, you recently hosted a We the Women intergenerational dialogue in your country. In the survey, in addition to climate change, women identify economic insecurity and gender inequality as major challenges they're facing. How have these issues been addressed in the conversations that you've had in Honduras?
Thank you very much. And from Honduras, I'm very, very proud to be representing the dialogue that we had with more than 20 women. We discussed about many different issues with the women in Honduras, and particularly the issue around care economy. So the reality is, as Migdonia, the director of the University Observatory Against Violence, indicates that violence, and in particular gender discrimination and violence against women and girls, is a reality, regardless of age, regardless of background. And women are victims and survivors of violence. The normalization of violence against women and girls, and in particular the normalization of femicides, is something of great concern. And how does this normalization happen? The women are telling us it happens. Why? Because 95% of the cases of violence against women and girls and femicides are left in impunity. And as Eva Sanchez, the leader of Las Hormiga, from one of the indigenous groups of Honduras, they are very, very clear that the intersectionality plays another key role. If you are that, you are an indigenous woman. You are an indigenous woman with disability. You are an indigenous lesbian woman. Different level of intersectionality, which increase the issues and increase the huge discrimination and challenges of women. We heard also from the Garifuna, one of the Afro-descendant groups in Honduras, which is equivalent to around 6% of the population. Huge issue of discrimination with an institutionalized level of racism within institutions, within organizations, that make it very difficult for an Afro-descendant Honduran woman to get even listened at, if not attended in many cases. And Calixta Martinez, as I said, the Garifuna leader from Atlantic Coast, tell us that this affects also the issue around migration, because women, more and more women, mothers, single mothers, or family, or as part of members of families, try to make their way to the north in illegal migration. And I will end with Marcia, a young woman who says, independently from everything, we have to maintain hope. We have to maintain the passion and the commitment to make things happen. Thank you for listening to Honduras women, and thank you for replicating the voices around the world.
Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you, Gabrielle and Angela. You've given us so much to unpack, and we're running out of time, but I want to give a chance to both the DSG and the Executive Director to reflect on this, as well as something that we mentioned also in the very beginning around mental health being one of the obstacles that women recognize to being able, that's blocking them from realizing their full potential. A lot of heavy issues, but I loved what Alice said at the end, there's still hope. What are your reflections, DSG, and then Executive Director?
Well, my reflections are, also one of the things that I keep hearing when I visit countries from women who are taking the lead As one woman told me the other day, she said, there is nothing we women cannot do. And this is, I think, is a very inspirational and very important message coming from women to us, to all women around the world, on wanting to stay optimistic and doing what needs to be done, as I mentioned earlier. I think we have now upcoming Beijing Plus 30, where we are going to be looking at and evaluating what we have done with women, for women throughout the past 30 years, but also to see what are the next 30 years are going to bring for women, and what else needs to be included in our commitments, in the country's commitment, government's commitment, NGOs, private sector, everyone. What will be our commitments for women and girls in the next 30 years? So this is an important milestone that is going to happen as we move forward, and so does the Summit of the Future coming up in September. I just want to make a quick, maybe a brief remark on mental health. We know that this statistics is there. It is not surprising. We know that women are twice as likely to be in depression more than men, because of the inequalities they face, because of the hard life that they face, because their rights are not, fully exercised as men. Men take their rights for granted, while women have to continue to fight for their rights, to fight against domestic violence, to fight against violence. Even in crises and wars, we know that the brunt is paid by women and girls. So in general, I would like to say that, as I mentioned in the beginning, women are realistic, they are optimistic, and they are ready to take the lead, and we need to support them to do that.
How do I follow that? Look, let me speak frankly to mental health, because I think finally, after all these years, we put the head back on the body and didn't leave it in a corner of shame. And that is about our well-being from head to toe, and so important, because today we are faced with many different challenges, and maybe what brought this back to the fore were the incidences that came in the aftermath of COVID. And COVID really did underscore how this was an intergenerational issue. More than that, I think it made us think through how much mental health, particularly women, are left to recover with for the rest of their lives in context of conflict. Terrorism, for me, a direct experience in Nigeria with Boko Haram. These are going to be girls and families that will go for the rest of their lives trying to heal. But more recently, the rapes in Ethiopia and Tigray, in Sudan, coming across the border into Chad, with the horrors in Gaza that people are yet to come to an end with. We're still living in hope that that will happen. But also to talk about AI, the event of AI and social media, and what that's bringing, wreaking havoc in many women's lives. I do want to say that there are perhaps two aspects to this that we need to bring more to the fore. One is the demographic. And first of all, to say that while we see women probably suffering more, I think that there are many more men out there that we don't know about, because men don't talk about mental health. And I think the results of this are seen in gender-based violence. They're seen in many causes, the symptoms that we see in societies with women. So really a big look at both men and women, especially women. The age demographic gives us great concern, because there are more young people who are coming forth with this, and a lot of it's got to do with our communities and our society, but they're stretched now with the challenges that come forth, and it's not everywhere in the world that you have your community at hand, and so therefore people are far more susceptible to mental health, and then just not to forget the aged, because that's another demographic that survived on the community. And on society, and who would put their mother away, not unless you really had no options and you thought there was a safer and better place, but not necessarily is it. So again, the age, which is a huge demographic of 1 billion people or so. The other side to this is the spectrum of mental health, that we don't just put it in one box. Because, from anxiety to bipolar to many mental health illnesses, they're related to the physical. And to see that, and to know that actually we don't have the answers. So a lot more money needs to go into research, into the health system, to make sure that we're ready and we're prepared for this, and to say we don't know and we've got to find the solutions, and please do it with the people that are concerned. Don't prescribe, have these conversations with people that are involved in it, because then it brings me back to what Seema had said, the discrimination and the feeling that this is not something I can talk about. Same thing happened with HIV and AIDS. The same thing's happening with LGBTQI communities, and so too with mental health. Is that feeling that I cannot come out and talk about this, and therefore there are no solutions and there will be no healing to it. But and then maybe just to shout out to Gabrielle, I was in Barbados yesterday for about 3 days, and it was an amazing experience to see strong, powerful women's voices, starting from your Prime Minister, but also your parliamentarians and those that were talking on the global supply chain to climate, and the issue of food security, and flying over Barbados and seeing scorched earth, because there's a lot of brown, so everyone is waiting, for the rains and to really deal with that. So again, I'm sure climate is going to cause a lot of anxiety too. Back to the mental health.
Thank you, DSG. Thank you, Executive Director. Thanks to all our incredible guests for this conversation that really just starts us on our journey of, as we delve deeper into the data, as we learn more, as we receive the information coming from all of these intergenerational dialogues, we're looking forward to sharing that next part of the conversation. So we have this small tradition here where we end with asking each of you one word of how you're feeling right now about moving forward around We the Women. And so let me start with Seema, one word from you.
I feel optimistic, actually very optimistic, and we need to capture that.
Alice?
I feel love. I think we need more love. I think there's a lot of hate speech, a lot of discrimination. I think love, love, and love.
Thank you. Gabrielle?
My word would absolutely be equity. Equity is the perpetual doorway to opportunity for all, so definitely equity.
And Angela?
I feel mobilized. I feel that with all of the information that's coming in through the survey and the intergenerational dialogues, it's such a wonderful moment for us to all come together and think through our course of action and how to make real change.
And Deputy Secretary General, the last word.
2 words. I would say that I'm incredibly hopeful, but that the struggle continues.
The struggle continues. Thank you, DSG, and to all our guests for engaging in this critical dialogue, the first of many for We the Women. We hope the discussion has highlighted the importance of women's transformative leadership. We have many more important findings in the survey, including on issues like generative AI. In the next few weeks, there'll be more opportunities to get involved, so stay tuned. And in the meantime, please follow the links on the screen. We hope that women's voices, challenges, and perspectives will help shape global solutions for the world, starting now into the Summit of the Future, and then beyond to Beijing Plus 30, and even beyond that. Again, thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
داری خانمانو خانمانو چپکه یعنی صدای من براود یا خوار کنشت که
After years of drought, Afghanistan yet again has faced a climate shock in this flood. The UN has deployed joint assessment teams together in a coordinated manner and have assessed vast areas of 3 provinces, Baghlan, Badakhshan and Takhar, and almost 15,000 individuals have been so far supported, and supplies are coming in together with partners to reach out to more affected individuals. The international community and the UN should try to see how best Afghanistan can be supported in climate adaptation, mitigation and building the resilience of communities devastated by climate impact.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
In a short while, we will be joined virtually by our guest, Alison Davidian, UN Women's head of the Afghanistan Country Office. She will join us from Kabul to discuss UN Women's Afghanistan Gender Country Profile 2024. And that will be right after this. This afternoon at 3 p.m., the Security Council will meet on the situation in Gaza. The Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, will brief the Council. And Lisa Doughten, OCHA's Director of Financing and Partnerships, will speak on behalf of the Acting Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Joyce Msuya. Ms. Doughten will speak of how more than 250,000 people have been displaced in just the past 2 weeks alone, with civilians repeatedly being killed and injured in the very places they've been told were safe to go. We'll share both remarks later today. Staying on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, OCHA says that access constraints continue to severely impede the delivery of life-saving humanitarian aid to hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people across the Strip. Our humanitarian colleagues report that between the 1st and 11th of August, out of the 85 coordinated humanitarian assistance missions to northern Gaza, only 34 were facilitated by Israeli authorities. The rest were either denied, impeded, or canceled due to security, logistical, or operational reasons. The same is true for southern Gaza, where out of the 122 coordinated humanitarian assistance missions to areas in southern Gaza, 63 were facilitated by Israeli authorities. The rest were denied, impeded, or canceled. In total, since the 1st of August, about a third of aid missions within Gaza were denied by Israeli authorities. The cumulative impact of these access constraints is to perpetuate a continued cycle of deprivation and distress among affected people who are facing death, pain, hunger, and thirst on a daily basis. Turning to Yemen, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, today strongly condemned the storming of his office's representation in Sana'a by the Ansar Allah de facto authorities. In a statement, Mr. Turk said that entering a UN office without permission and seizing documents and property by force are wholly inconsistent with the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. He called on Ansar Allah to leave the premises and return all assets and belongings immediately. He also renewed his call for the immediate and unconditional release of all our colleagues detained in Yemen. Just a reminder that in the wake of the UN staff detentions in June, and given the security situation, the human rights chief decided to suspend temporarily the office's operations in Sana'a and other areas under Ansar Allah control. The office continues to operate in other parts of Yemen. In a statement we issued last night, the Secretary General welcomed efforts to restore calm and organize parliamentary elections in Bangladesh with the support of an interim government. He urges the interim government in the coming weeks to continue to make every effort to be inclusive, including by taking into account the voices of women, youth, and people across the country, as well as that of minority and indigenous communities as the country moves towards parliamentary elections. The Secretary General stands in full solidarity with the people of Bangladesh and calls for the full respect of their human rights. He continues to underscore the need for a full, independent, impartial, and transparent investigation into all acts of violence. The Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs continues to be extremely alarmed by the grim situation in Sudan. Heavy rains and flooding have affected 143,000 people across 12 of Sudan's 18 states since June. Some 27,000 people have been displaced by the flooding. Hundreds of homes have been damaged or destroyed at the Abu Shuk site for internally displaced people in El Fasher in North Darfur, where the Famine Review Committee warned just 2 weeks ago that famine conditions are likely ongoing. The flooding is compounding people's misery as intense fighting in and around El Fasher in recent days continues to displace already vulnerable people and severely limits people's access to basic services. Access to the Abu Shuk camp and other areas of El Fasher remain extremely constrained due to fighting and flooding, challenging the ability of aid workers to scale up relief efforts in the worst affected areas. Despite these challenges, we and our humanitarian partners are working hard to deliver assistance to hunger hotspots in Darfur and in other parts of the country. As we speak, WFP is distributing food for nearly 14,000 people in Shekan district in North Kordofan, one of the areas assessed as at risk of famine by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC. We continue to reiterate the Secretary General's call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and for all parties to abide by their obligations under international humanitarian law to protect and allow safe passage for civilians and facilitate rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access. And turning to West and Central Africa, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs is concerned about flooding in the region, which has already affected hundreds of thousands of people. Just 2 months into the rainy season, torrential rains and severe flooding have impacted more than 700,000 people in the Central African Republic, Chad, Côte d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Liberia, Niger, Nigeria, Mali, and Togo. The UN and our partners are supporting the responses by governments of the region, including with the distribution of food, shelter, and water and sanitation assistance. This year, the Central Emergency Response Fund allocated $10 million to Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Niger to respond to emergencies related to climate shocks, including floods. And that is it for me. Before we go to our guest, first we'll go online this time. Abdelhamid, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Farhan. Today, Ben Ghafir, the security minister of Israel, with 2,000 followers, stormed Al-Aqsa Mosque, and he performed Talmudic prayers inside Al-Aqsa Mosque and raising the Israeli flag. Do you condemn that forcefully and straightforward?